lead over Maryland. That's going good if you've got the West Virginia team. Winner of that game likely gets Alabama on Saturday if Alabama survives the 116 matchup later today. Alabama does tip off. They're at, 145 today, 145. So not too far away from now, less than an hour of that scheduled tip. Virginia leading Furman 36-27. They've started the second half there. Still in the first half of Missouri and Utah State, but Missouri's off to a great start. 16-8, Missouri leading Utah State there. And the next game up is Howard and Kansas with no Bill Self. That is official. That's a New York Butcher Shop scoreboard update.
You know, we all love grilling. We all love steaks on this show so often. They're Steak Bets. Jim and Lance's Steak Bets presented by New York Butcher Shops, where they pay them off right there. Our buddy Jim and the entire staff at New York Butcher Shop do a tremendous job. Cava Heights in Birmingham, also just off 119 in the Greystone area in Birmingham. New York Butcher Shop, well done quality, rare service.
No LT here, but he is still down at the Redmond tip-off party, and so we'll just catch up with him on the show tomorrow. We're back in studio tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, but we're down at Todd English tomorrow, 5 to 7. We'll be down there tomorrow night, 5 to 7 p.m., watching the games and enjoying St. Patrick's Day. So we look forward to that tomorrow, 5 to 7 with a specialty show, but in studio tomorrow for our 9 to 1 show. Many of you are talking about your brackets over there. Can't wait to continue to follow and check out the leaderboards when the games start going final over on the Final Four. Make sure you save that website and check the leaderboard throughout the process there. Thank you so much to Redmond today for hosting that tip-off party. That's what our buddy Jace says. He says, first game's at 11. Everything going on with Birmingham hosting the NCAA tournament. The only places open in Uptown, Santos and Southern Kitchen. Thanks to the next round for getting Southern Kitchen open early. West Virginia is the first game out, and their fans historically are known to love and drink. I do not understand this business plan.
Yeah, I didn't know how it would go down there. Now, I do think as the day goes, it's going to get wilder and wilder. And after the Bama game, you're going to get that weird situation where Auburn fans are going to be down there, you know, dining and drinking prior to their game. The Alabama fans are going to be spilling out. You're going to have that weird crossover. Fist fights in the streets. The blood will be flowing in the streets of Uptown, Dunaway. No, it's going to be cool. And this whole weekend, I am so excited about it. Obviously, I hope our local teams do well. But for no other reason than I want to see that atmosphere Saturday with Alabama and Auburn both playing at Legacy Arena.
Jeff over there, Alabama, Duke, Texas, Gonzaga is his Final Four. Samuel drops back with Duke, Texas, Baylor, and UCLA. If you miss mine is Alabama and Duke, Houston and UConn. And I've got Houston beating Alabama in the national championship game. Brownie, your Final Four one more time. And
I have got Alabama beating Duke. I have got Kansas beating Houston, and Alabama beats Kansas for the national championship.
LT also has Alabama winning the national championship. So two of the three on-air hosts here have Alabama winning the national championship, and I have them losing in the national championship game to Houston in that rematch.
By the way, it's not something I expected us to get to today, but the Mets are now saying Edwin Diaz is going to be out for the season after that injury in the World Baseball Classic last night. Can you believe that?
Yep. And at that point, everyone says, I don't want my players playing in the World Baseball Classic again.
That may bury it forever.
Yeah, may absolutely.
It'd be good for the electricians or the carpenters of Croatia or whoever it was, Czech Republic.
They become the best freelance baseball team in the world. All right, thanks for being with us today. Enjoy the tournament. Hope your bracket survives day one. Mine's not trending well right now. We'll try to get it cranked back up tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section. at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're live now on a Friday morning as everyone in America reacts to their first day of brackets. It is a interesting thing, like law offices are right across the way, that you would not consider them major sports fans, would you?
Not fans at all. I mean, considering that we were having our Madden tournament, and they reported back that we were playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, they wanted to play Call of Duty. So why aren't we playing Madden?
I walked in to wish them a happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone else as well.
Is that big a holiday for you?
Well, I'm in green. You got green on? Yeah. Forrester, you got green on? Yeah.
You know the green Dunaway has on? He forgot to wear green and snagged one of those shirts. I mean, it's such a big day for Dunaway.
Next round in green.
You probably did, didn't you?
No, 100% he did.
Yeah.
Yes, I could tell by looking.
I did have a green and gold, our state logo jersey on.
Right.
But I stepped in there. I go, hey, happy St. Patrick's Day to you guys. You know what conversation I interrupted? Legal terms or anything? Nope. Man, I go, did anybody else have Princeton winning? I didn't. And they were discussing brackets. That's a great thing about this tournament is people that aren't normal sports fans, my wife included. I walked back from the Legacy Arena last night. As soon as I walked in, she's like, hey, how about my team? They look good today. And I was like, your team? And she's like, Duke, they look good. I said, oh, my gosh.
Oh, no, my wife was updating me on where her bracket stood in her little group that's doing it.
Yeah.
And she has not watched a basketball game all year.
I need to check Lady Bird's bracket, see where we are on that one.
So here's our Bud
How'd
Light.
she pick it?
She picks by treats.
Oh, okay.
Bud Light poll question, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Our Bud Light poll question is, who are you after day one of the brackets? Okay, you ready for my four choices?
Yep.
Okay, so your four choices are this right here. I got to get the terminology right. Choice number one, quitting brackets forever. You get that person after day one.
I'm done forever.
I'm never doing this again.
Yeah, I've heard those people.
At
They're-
least till next year.
Yeah, they're lying, by the way.
Number two, motivated for next year. Oh, next year I'm going to study this a little bit more.
Right, yeah.
I'm going to get to 15 to beat the 2. I'm going to be number 3. Whatever. Everyone sucks at this. This is sort of, I think, you, Brown.
Oh, you think it is?
Yeah.
You think that's what I'm saying?
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're number 4.
What is 4?
Smug, arrogant, and winning. Is that you?
Oh,
this
am
year?
I? I don't even know what I went yesterday.
I was
I
11.
just counted mine.
11 and 5 for me.
I was 12 and 4.
Let me go look real
12
quick. All
and
right,
4.
so people are asking how they see mine and Lance's bracket in the Redmont thing. Is Lunsford back there, Rockstar?
Do they see yours?
I don't know. They said they can find Dunaway's. How do they find out?
Oh, if they find
You
Dunaway's.
can search by email address, I think. I'm assuming I'll use your next round email.
Oh, I didn't do one on the Redmont.
Oh, well, in that case, I don't know how people can find your bracket.
Well, I thought we were only doing
Heaven
the
forbid you compete in the next round's bracket.
No,
he
you
told me-
Lunsford said do the ESPN one so he could keep up with it.
Right.
a reason for
so
that.
we did the Redmont, and then Lunsford said to do the ESPN where we can for sure keep up with.
Because last year we were all
internally.
so bad, we disappeared off the leaderboard.
Yeah, we did.
So it was
Way.
hard
Yeah.
to find
You
everybody.
didn't want to have to dig through?
So, yeah, I just did an ESPN one just for us. So
Oh.
keep track
Little
of it all.
drive-by there from Lunsford, and we were so
Oh,
bad.
no,
last
It was
year.
everybody. It was all 10.
I
Well,
own
Rockstar
it.
did good, but outside of that, the rest of everybody did bad.
So it's too late for me to put my Redmont one in so people could see it?
Yeah, but I'll see if I can link the ESPN one.
Okay.
It didn't say the cutoff point was what, like 11 o'clock yesterday?
It was.
You said that a couple
Well, I
times.
did that. No, I did 11 o'clock yesterday on the ESPN one.
Hey,
But that's what I thought that was all we were supposed to do. I didn't know we were supposed to do a Redmont one.
You two want to see a bigger upset than Princeton over here?
What, your computer's working?
Oh, that is. I wish we
It
had shared
says
that.
the Southern Rocky, you're online. I don't think we were ever online.
He just got to notice that he's online.
Yeah.
It's
the Southern.
24 hours too late.
Yeah. Congrats. They're still hitting their Wi-Fi from 15 minutes away.
Forrester's 14 and 2. He's leading the way
Wow.
up here.
That's
Forrester,
pretty impressive.
Forrester, what was your best pick? What would you say was your best pick yesterday at 14 and 2?
Oh, the Furman one was good.
I had that one, yeah.
That was the upset that I got. I don't know. It was pretty solid. Pretty solid day.
You only missed Texas A&M, and Princeton. Is that right?
Yes, those are the only two.
You
of
really
those.
missed Texas A&M.
Unfortunately, I rode Arizona a little too long. I've got them.
Ooh,
in
yeah.
the
Well, I got
Elite
a
Eight.
lot of people do.
Yeah.
I'm 12-4. Is that leading the
right
show
there
here?
with
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
I don't know. No, you're not leading the.
Tied for the
Forster's
lead.
leading the show, 14-2.
Scott doesn't have to do a punishment,
Yeah.
so
Oh,
that's the only standings I care about.
Well,
Yes.
in the punishment, it is 12-4, 12-4, 11-5.
All right, that's the one I care about. Yeah, I'm leading the show then with Lance.
But that gets us to why you should be watching 11:15 to the end of the show today. Because the first game out of the gate today on CBS at 11:15 is a 10-seed USC and a 7-seed Michigan State. Our MyBookie line today is -2.5 Michigan State. Where do you have USC going, LT?
I've got USC going to the Final Four. And the funny thing is, well, two things. People are like, why in the hell would you have
Wait a
USC going to the Final Four?
The University of Southern California?
Yeah.
Okay, you got them in the Final Four?
I do.
Okay.
And they play the first game today.
Yeah,
so,
I'm aware of that. Yeah.
so you guys love watching Lance during normal shows when he starts cussing his computer or mouthing
mouths the cuss words.
or gets involved in a text or something going on.
Right.
Imagine watching him today if Michigan State is slightly pulling away from USC and his punishment gets one step closer. Because I don't know if you lose USC right here today.
You're done. You are done.
You think
done. I don't even think we have to keep up with the score after that, Jeff.
I think you go ahead and start figuring out the 3 chords in a story.
Rockstar, I'm going to need some guitar.
You better not.
Why?
You better not help him write a song.
Why do you have USC? What did you see about them that made the Final Four worthy to you?
Glad you brought that up.
I was going to ask, yes.
When you look around the bracket, Alabama, it's a cakewalk to the Final Four.
Well, it is now.
It really is. And we'll talk more about, the path just gets clearer and clearer.
For the record, that did not come out of, if you're listening and not watching, that did not come out of Jimmy Landmine's mouth. There is nothing easy in this tournament.
Everybody's
Nothing's
thinking
easy.
it. Everybody's thinking
Nothing
it.
is easy. Maryland has a huge tradition. Maryland has won a national championship in this decade.
To
Excuse me,
me,
in this century.
In the Midwest, there were only 2 teams that could come out, and that was Houston and Texas. To me, in the West, it gets a little trickier. I think there was probably 4 teams, looking at Kansas, UConn, Gonzaga, UCLA. But when you got to the East, hell, there's like 10 teams that could come out of there. To me, it's the most unpredictable. Nobody wants to put Purdue in their Final Four, right?
No, nobody trusts Purdue.
Nobody really trusts Marquette, do they?
No.
Do you trust Kansas State?
I got them in the Elite 8.
Okay. You got to have somebody.
I got to have somebody there.
Yeah,
it ended up, I told you that yesterday. I got to the end of it, and I'm like, I got Duke in there, and I don't really trust Duke.
Yeah, well, I will tell you now, I kind of regret not having Duke go further.
Yeah.
Because when Duke is whole, which they are now, they're 18-1.
Yeah.
I heard that from Maggie last night. She goes, when we're shooting the three ball at over 33%, and we're whole now, like we've been da 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 da.
But I'm with you, Lance. I got to the end and had Duke. So let me ask you this. Yeah. So I got to the end and had Duke sitting there playing Alabama, and I'm like, I like my other 3. I got to go back and look at that side again. When you got there and you had USC remaining, did you do the same thing? You're like, all right, let's take a beat before I turn this thing in.
I did. And I didn't like anything. Like, if I could redo it, I probably would have Duke. I've got Duke going out in the second round to Tennessee.
Yikes. After last night, you can't feel good about that.
No, not at all. I would probably switch that, and I probably would be like you guys and everybody else in the world and have Duke in the Final Four.
Yeah.
It's just wide open.
The problem for our punishment is it was the last game at Legacy Arena last night. As Rusty points out, my national champion, Houston, did not look good. In fact, if Northern Kentucky's best player had played an average game, not just the worst game of his life, Houston would have been a first-round loser last night. It was not a smooth night, and Marcus Sasser is hurt. He is hurt.
He is. But, you look at that Houston defense. They held the Norse to 27% from the field. They can win games outright just defensively. And, Houston was not good. They were really, really bad last night. And Sasser not playing. Kelvin Sampson said, we talked about not playing him. He knows his body better than mine. He said he was ready to go. And he wasn't.
He knows his body better than mine.
His body is a wonderland.
He knows his body better than me, I guess, is what was his real quote.
Yeah.
His body better than mine. I hope he knows.
It's been a long week, and we're just now at St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
Do we put food dye in the kegerator?
That was the question from the office across the hall.
Was it really?
They were like, do y'all have green beer? And I said, we provide the beer for this whole building
I know.
every
Can't be
Friday.
so demanding.
But no, I think Sasser.
Well, but now he's talking about Jamal Shedd's got a banged up knee. I mean,
your starting backcourt is not even close to 100%, and now you're playing Auburn, and Auburn's got a ton of confidence. I don't know if Houston makes it out of Birmingham. And yesterday at this time, I was really confident Houston makes it out of Birmingham.
Yeah, but not the way Auburn looked last night in that crowd. We'll get into all that right after Brownie tells us about the folks who have remodeled his bathroom. Man, it wasn't a Dumb and Dumber situation. They had to remodel the bathroom. They had to remodel the bathroom because you wanted it to look modern.
Well, I wanted it updated. I mean, my house, it's not the newest house in the world. It's built in the early 2000s. And the bathroom kind of looked like that. There's a different way you build a bathroom then than you do now. We wanted it updated and more functional. We didn't need a jetted tub, all that stuff. We wanted a bigger shower, all those things, right?
Did you do the bidet?
We did not do a bidet. Yes, we passed on the bidet.
Test them?
Could not work it in the budget. My wife, Jennifer Brown, let me tell you something she does. Man, when she gets a project on her mind, she is intensely focused. She dives in all the way. And she does her research. And I gave this one to her. I said, baby, you go find the person you're comfortable with. She talked to people. She read reviews. She reached out to customers, people she knows. She did all the searching. She selected Brad Bell, A+ Tile and Remodeling. And I can't be happier that she did. Brad's a great guy. His crew was incredible. They did all the work efficiently, quickly, cleanly. And it looks amazing. I cannot wait. All we're waiting on is the shower glass to come in before I can show you some before and afters. That's not on Brad. It's just the way things are this day and age, okay? So we're going to have that in. I'm going to show you some photos. You're going to love it like we do. If you want your bathroom remodeled, let me give you a piece of warning right here. When you start looking at bathroom remodels, you're going to see these one-day deals.
No.
And you're like, hey, one day? I get this over quickly, and it'll cost me less.
Nothing in life quick is good, man.
Sometimes. Less quality service. Less quality work, and you end up paying more. Brad says sometimes the bids are double what he bids. Here's his number, 422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. Huntsville, Mobile, Central Alabama. He can work with all of you. Reach out to me if you don't get this number right away. Brad Bell, 205-422-1758.
All right, what an incredible day. An incredible day of basketball down at Legacy Arena. First, thanks to all of you who came by the Southern Kitchen and Grill and Cantina on the rooftop there and hung out with Lance during the show yesterday. Just a wonderful, you see the pictures here. So many of you showed up. I was surprised how many of you had TNR gear on, the next round gear. Just overwhelming the response, you guys rolling in there.
Hey, that guy right there, can you pause it, Forrester? I wanted to. You can't? Okay.
Yeah.
That guy is a missionary for the last 10 years. He listened to DMB, you guys back in the day.
Right.
And then we all came together. He kept it going. He has listened in Indonesia, New Zealand. God, I forgot where else. Just all over the world.
Well, that's really incredible.
Yeah.
So that guy has taken us doing the Lord's work from country to country.
Great guy, man.
Yeah, that's amazing. I wish I'd have met him.
Nice meeting him there. All the folks who swung by there. Thank you guys for showing up. And also for participating in our Jim Nance competition. We had a winner for that. Have we gotten his information and passed along his store code yet? If not, we'll chase that down at some point as well. There's him. That was the first one to get a picture with Nance. That was back on the shoot-around on Wednesday.
I met him yesterday at the Southern.
That's right. He swung by there. He sent another picture out.
I'm talking about Jim Nance.
Oh, you met?
No.
He came up for an Irish car bomb yesterday before he took the microphone.
I was telling Dunaway, I saw him between games standing and talking to Houston fans, and Houston fans were just like lined up. And he would talk to one of them, and the next one would come up. They weren't really asking for autographs or anything like that. Perhaps he knew some of them. He went to Houston, obviously. But just taking time between games.
I didn't know he went to Houston.
Oh, you didn't know he went to Houston? Yeah. Jim Nance, big Houston guy. He and Fred Couples were roommates. Did you know that?
Yeah, they talk about it a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into this these two games real quick, because we got Richard Hendrix. We can talk about some of the stuff around the games and all the fun we had yesterday in a little bit. But let's first go with Auburn. They were the later game of the day, but it was also the one that was most in jeopardy. 8-9. Auburn wins this basketball game. They played great, especially in the second half, where they got 18 of their first 20 points by hitting 6 threes. They scored 52 points in the second half. Auburn wins it 83-75. Let's go first, Rockstar, with cut number 6, Bruce Pearl on the SEC versus the Big Ten. And it was obvious as you watched this game yesterday that Auburn was just more athletic than this Iowa team. Here's Bruce.
We knew they'd come back, and I mean, look, it got a little tight there, for a second. And I asked the guys in that, in a timeout, I said, look, we're up 4, 5, 6. There's 5 or 6 minutes left to go in the game. If I'd have said we could be in a situation, before the game, would you take it? I think we would have taken it. So let's just calm down. They made some shots, and we got stops, and we got rebounds, and got some 50-50 balls. Our speed and quickness was a factor, and you could sort of see Big Ten, SEC, from a standpoint of 2 different conferences. We aren't much more athletic or faster than many teams in the SEC. We're not. But tonight we were. Iowa was bigger, a little bit more skilled, shot it better from 3. They had some physical advantages. But our speed and quickness was a factor tonight. Really helped us on the defensive end and attacking the rim. And that's why I think they played so much zone.
Yeah, and he's exactly right. Auburn was a step faster than them, 19-12 for Janai Broome, but there were 6 different Auburn Tigers in double figures.
And he just went SEC speed over Big Ten speed right there, what we do in football. He did that in basketball. But it was obvious, Lance, when you watched before the first media timeout and when Iowa, thought about playing a little man-to-man, they did not have anybody that could stay in front of Flanagan and Green. And those guys, I mean, they didn't have anybody to stay in front of them. And as Bruce Pearl said there, that basically forced Iowa into zone. They had to wave the flag and say, we can't play man on this team.
Going into that game, the scary thing was Iowa had the best offense in the Big Ten. But the good news for Auburn was they had the worst defense in the Big Ten. And it showed. It did show. And, that was – we all know basketball is a game of runs. That was an NBA-like second half where Auburn goes on a 13-2 run. They take a 17-point lead. Then they go on a 19-6 run. And when they cut it to 4 with under 5 to go, I thought Auburn was going to blow that game.
Because Auburn had blown a lot of those games this year. Now, another big storyline last night was the crowd. It was great for the Alabama game. It'll be interesting to see how it's all divided up Saturday for Auburn in one game and Alabama in another. Can the Auburn fans get in the arena? They were there last night. It was a home court advantage. We'll give you a couple of responses here from the Iowa folks. 14 and 15 Rockstar. Cut number 14 is the son of the head coach, Connor McCaffrey. And, he was asked about the crowd. Brown, you were there as we watched the game last night. It was unbelievable. Just how the crowd was for Auburn.
Oh, it was a home court. I mean, 100%. Iowa was playing a road game.
And rarely do you get that when you were playing in an 8-9 game, but it was last night. Yeah.
So,
and you haven't heard this comment, have you?
Not this guy. Now, well, I'll hear what he says before I say my part.
This is ridiculous.
I did not get in for this, but
we got Fran right after this. So
we'll hear them both.
Yeah. Here is Connor McCaffrey, cut number 14, reacting to the question about how awesome Auburn's fans were last night.
That was a pretty major home court advantage for a lower seeded team. How did that seem fair to you all?
Playing in the Big Ten, we're used to playing on the road, playing in hostile environments. So I think, for us, obviously, like if we had our choice, we would have preferred be a little bit more neutral, but that's not why we lost at all. We're used to that, and that's something we've. We won at Rutgers, we won at IU, and those places are, 100 times louder than it was in here today. So, I think it was just, part of the game.
Tip of the cap to Rutgers.
Yeah. Don't send me to Piscataway.
I mean, if Rutgers is 100 times louder than what that was last night, tip of the old hat.
Yeah, they should broadcast more games from Rutgers.
The apple does not fall far from the tree, does it?
No. Well, I mean, you say that, but so I hear McCaffrey starting his press conference, or they excuse the players. I see the Iowa players walk out, which means the coach is about to talk. And I was nearby, so I'm like, ooh.
That guy is a missionary.
Wow. So I think, I'm going to dip in here. I'm going to
Will Ferrell in 10 years.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. I think I'm going to dip in here, Dunaway, and see if we get salty Fran McCaffrey about having to play at Neville Arena. I told Dunaway in the game, I'm like, if I'm Fran McCaffrey in the postgame, I refuse to call it Legacy Arena. I only call it Neville Arena. Oh, yeah, I got a tip of the hat to the Neville Arena crew. They did a great job for us today. Neville Arena was hot today. I'd have been all salty.
Here's Fran McCaffrey. We'll get to the Alabama game with Richard Hendrix in the next segment. But here's Fran reacting to the loss to Auburn last night and getting the same question about the crowd.
Fran, obviously, Alabama's known as a football state nationally. What was your impression today of the atmosphere, the crowds?
Well, I think it was what I would have expected it to be. I mean, you look at how those two teams draw at home. You've got a great program in town right here, UAB. So there's a lot of really good basketball being played in this state. And I would say, these folks are sports fans. They love both.
Yeah, nice compliment from Fran McCaffrey. Dr. B brings us part of the show. Richard Hendrix standing by. We'll get to him coming up in the next segment to talk about Alabama's win as well as the number 1 overall seed.
So when I started to thin out a little bit up top, I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. I went and saw him. I don't even know the exact date. It's probably been a year now. Hair is already 14% thicker, still working on growth right now. Want to remind you, our friend Dr. B offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Call today, schedule that consultation with Dr. Beckenstein, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. That's T3hair.net.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Odie's. We'll get into Alabama's big win over Texas A&M Corpus Christi, 96-75 to advance to play Maryland. Game times, by the way, 6:10 for Auburn, Houston, 8:40 for Alabama and Maryland here in Birmingham. Tell us about Odie's, and then we'll talk to Richard Hendrix.
Yeah, great place to watch games all day today. And if you're not going to Legacy tomorrow, a great place to go is Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution. You can sit back, watch all the action. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light and that great food from Rodney Davis. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in all weekend long. Live music tonight and tomorrow night. It's Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Richard Hendrix, former Alabama great, with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You've heard him some of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. See him on the SEC Network as well. What's up, Richard? How are you today?
Doing great, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you coming on. Look, even if I told you Brandon Miller was held scoreless, you probably would not have Wednesday or Thursday morning said, ooh, Alabama may lose the game. But if I had told you Brandon Miller was held scoreless, would you have been surprised they scored 96 in a win?
Well, I definitely would have been surprised to hear that they scored that much, but it doesn't surprise me that they win the game. You know, Alabama is a very, very strong team with a lot of depth. And like I've said so many times before, the maturity of this roster, for them to be able to pick it up when you have your star player to not score any points, it speaks volumes of this team. I've been on a lot of really good teams in my career, and to see so many players who understand their role and can pick it up and to play regardless of the minutes they get, it's phenomenal, and Alabama looks to be rolling.
You know, and you talk about that depth. I mean, Nick Pringle yesterday, 19 off the bench. How good was he? That matches the season high.
Well, you know, I've spoken his praises all season long. You know, when you see him to come off the bench in some games, he plays a limited role. He's always productive. He understands his role. He's strong under the boards. He brings a physical nature that no other player on the team has. Every time you see when he gets close to the basket, he's trying to throw it down with authority, with power dunks. And that's what Alabama needs. But, you know, for me, the most impressive thing about what this staff has done, when you have 10, 11 deep on your roster, the psychological aspect of how you keep players engaged on a talented team to continue to bring their best game in limited minutes, I think is a phenomenal thing about the staff. And you can see it really coming to fruition here in the playoffs.
How are you going to come on here and say you've been singing the praises of Pringle all year long? I'm the Pringle guy. I'm the guy. Come on, Richard. Come on. No, I know you have, and you've been spot on with what he does. Namari Burnett and Gurley, those guys, you're just talking about how hard it is to stay engaged when you're playing sometimes 11 deep, and they don't have the same role. In some games they don't play at all, in some games they do. Namari had a great game shooting yesterday. What could he add to this team down the stretch if he gets more minutes and his shot keeps falling like that?
Confidence. I think when you're a player that comes off the bench, you have to understand you have a short leash to do what you have to do, but you have to be confident in yourself when you step into the game. I think that is the biggest thing that you see from Namari Burnett and Noah Gurley, is that they believe in their abilities. And when they come right into the game, they understand the defensive scheme. They step into strong roles. They rebound well in their areas. And when they get a clean look, they're not afraid to let it fly. And you see yesterday, they knocked it down with confidence. And that's what Alabama's going to need moving into these next games, because you got to have the play versatility and the depth and the confidence from the bench.
Richard Hendrix with us, former Alabama great. We'll talk some of the SEC teams with him, but primarily, obviously, Alabama. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I do want to ask you about Mark Sears, a guy, if I had the numbers right, I think he was 3 of his last 22 shooting from beyond the arc, and he made 3 3-pointers in like a 90-second span there. You were just talking about confidence, Richard. How big is that for him to get, just kind of get going? 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc isn't like an amazing night, but it was positive for him.
I think it's huge. I was able to check him out at the SEC tournament in Nashville. And as you mentioned, he'd been struggling from shooting from the outside. And he still is stepping into his shot with a lot of confidence. In the SEC championship game, he was able to knock down some big ones early on. And you could see that that's what he needed to get going. I believe he started to turn the corner in that final, and now he's able to shoot well in the opening round game. But he's an X factor for this team. Everyone's going to key in on Brandon Miller, but, he's a really good 1-2 punch to what Brandon Miller brings to the table. And all season long, Mark Sears has really been able to knock down shots and take advantage of the role that he has. He struggled a little bit of late, but if he can get back into form with him and Quinterly, with their playmaking ability, their speed, creativity on the outside, they're definitely going to make things much more difficult for opposing defenses, regardless of who the matchup is.
If Alabama's going to make that deep run, Final Four, possibly championship, what do you think is more important? Again, they scored 96, and they're good, both ends of the court. But what do you think ultimately would get Alabama to Houston? Is it the offense or the defense?
It has to be the defense, because teams, when you run against different teams that are in this bracket, they're going to have a different play style. The recipe against Alabama has tried to be to slow the game down. And if they can slow the game down and muddy the game up, then that definitely makes things more difficult on Alabama. If you allow Alabama to get it off the boards, get in transition, get numbers in their advantage, and knock down open threes, you're going to have some problems, because Alabama can hit 3 threes in a row and there's a 9-point lead that really breaks the game open. So when teams try to slow it down and make this a grind-out game, that makes it a challenge. But when Alabama can lock down defensively and keep the other team from scoring, then that's what they're going to need to win games. I think that Bediako has been doing an outstanding job of anchoring the defense down low. His defensive transition of getting back into the paint and keeping teams, from getting into the paint is going to be a big thing for Alabama.
We talked Auburn in the first segment, a lot of Alabama with you. I want to jump to the other SEC. Even won yesterday, Missouri, Tennessee, and Arkansas winning. Let's start with Missouri. You've told us about how offensively this team can get hot, and it looked that way yesterday with Hodge and Brown. That was a popular upset pick that Missouri was going to lose that game. They didn't lose. They won that game 76-65. What did you think of Missouri?
I don't know why people think it's a popular upset. I mean, if you've been watching the Tigers all year long, they have a great coach in Dennis Gates, and they play a style of defense that really extends their defense out onto the court, which disrupts a lot of teams' offensive timing. Kobe Brown, in my opinion, is one of the best players in college basketball, well-deserving of a first-team All-SEC performer, and really, quite frankly, in the last few games, is really playing himself into the NBA. He could be a potential first-round NBA pick at 6'8", 250 pounds. The versatility that he has to shoot it from the outside, he can rebound, he can defend multiple positions. He's a matchup problem. So with him on the court, him and Demoy Hodge with a beautiful 1-2 punch on the inside and outside, they really pose some problems to a lot of teams. I've had Missouri going to the Sweet 16. I think they're going to be a hard out with their defensive pressure that they put on teams. I think they're a really good team.
Richard Hendrix with us for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Tennessee won in a rock fight. Tennessee is accustomed to winning in rock fights, but they're kind of having to do it because of injury right now. It's not just the style they want to play. They're almost forced into that, and I don't get the feel, Richard, that it's a formula probably that can even get them past Duke.
Well, I agree with you. I didn't pick them to even get past Louisiana in the first round. That's just how much I believe in Zakai Ziegler. I think he is a phenomenal point guard, probably the best point guard in the SEC as far as organizing the team and setting the tone defensively. But as you mentioned, they had to play by committee yesterday of getting the ball up the court. Had a dogfight with Louisiana in the end of the game. Louisiana was not able to get over the hump, but Tennessee is a very talented team. If Tennessee is going to continue to advance, they're going to have to lean on their defense and definitely show their defensive ability, which they do have. If they can do that and hit some outside shots, then they can be a force. But it's going to be tough without Ziegler running the show.
A&M got beat badly by Penn State, but Arkansas beats Illinois by 10. They just look more athletic. Does Arkansas have a chance against Kansas, in your opinion?
They do. I think that Kansas will pull it out. Kansas, obviously, without Bill Self or in what capacity he will be leading the team, plays a role for the continuity and adjustments that they might be making on the bench. But Arkansas, I have said all season long, is the one team in the SEC that has the same level of talent as Alabama. I've talked to a lot of my NBA scout buddies when I was at the SEC tournament. They say Arkansas has at least 4 pros on that roster. Now, there's no correlation between NBA prospects and college success. But I will say, if they can get it to click in March, which Eric Musselman's teams have been doing for the last couple of years by making it to back-to-back Elite Eights, they're definitely a tough team to play against, and they looked really good yesterday against Illinois. So they have the talent. If they can pull it all together, it'll be a tough one for Kansas. So Arkansas is always dangerous.
It would be tough, Richard, to find a bigger gap between the way opponents play than what Auburn is going to have to do. Iowa high-powered offensive team, doesn't play a ton of defense. Houston, great defensive team. They want to play a low-scoring game. I mean, it is a tough transition for Bruce Pearl and Auburn from round 1 to round 2.
Huge transition for Auburn, but, I wasn't in attendance in Birmingham yesterday, but I've had a couple of games of Auburn on the call this year. And one thing with Auburn, the fans for the Tigers are definitely going to come and bring another dimension to their team. They play well, obviously, at home in Neville Arena. And from the looks of it, it looked like the BJCC or Legacy Arena was almost like Neville Arena, Birmingham.
Yep.
And they're going to be having the crowd running to Naro. It's going to be rowdy when they get a chance to play in the second round. I think with Sasser, a little bit beat up a little bit. I have Auburn going to the Sweet 16. I think they're just that good. They have some talented players. They've been inconsistent. Janai Broom, 19 points, 12 rebounds, 5 blocks in the opening game. I think he's a high-quality big in college basketball who's been able to impose his will. If he can have that same type of impact in the second round, I don't see any reason why Auburn, with that home court advantage, because that's what it is, playing in Birmingham, can definitely move forward against a Houston team that seems a little bit gimpy.
Both Alabama and Auburn in the same session, though, so it'll be interesting to see how it's divided up ticket-wise for Saturday's contest. Maryland is Alabama's opponent after the Auburn game with Houston in 8:40 tip. This Maryland team's a lot more athletic, obviously, than Corpus Christi was. Do they remind you any of a certain SEC team the way Maryland plays at all? And what do you think of the Tide against the Terps?
Well, when I look at them, I don't know if I see any other SEC team that they remind me of, but I think it's going to be in Alabama's court. I think if you look at what Alabama's been doing the entire season, they've been able to make any adjustments against any certain style of team. May it be teams that have bigger, slower players that slow it down, against teams that want to run faster plays, that have smaller guards that like to shoot from the outside. They have the versatility to make the adjustment. So I think with Alabama, the comfort in which they had in the last game, winning the game with everyone contributing, I think I would expect Brandon Miller to get back to his A game, to be a contributor in this game, and also with the momentum that all the other players have, Nick Pringle, Gurley, Namari Burnett coming off the bench, Javon Quinterly doing his thing, with the momentum that everyone has coming from the first game and from the SEC tournament, I think they should be able to take care of Maryland. This is a big opportunity for Alabama basketball. You obviously have a chance for them to do something historic. 30 wins on the season, the most they've ever done. And I think Alabama understands what's in front of them. They can get a chance to the Final Four with some upsets here in this bracket, and it seemed to be shaping up very nice. And for me, when I look at Nate Oates and what he has in front of him, an opportunity to really establish himself as one of the premier college basketball coaches in this new era of college basketball. With the old guard retiring and moving forward, this is really an opportunity for Alabama basketball to take advantage of the changing tide of college basketball. And Nate Oates can be one of the leaders in that, and Alabama basketball can be a face.
Exceptional stuff. Richard Hendrix at rhendrix35. You see him on the SEC Network, and Alabama great as well. Richard, thank you very much for the time. We always appreciate it.
Thank y'all for having me. Enjoyed it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Richard Hendrix with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Great breakdown of what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. One NFL note developing right now. Ian Rappaport reporting that Orlando Brown, signing with the Bengals, has prompted former Alabama tackle Jonah Williams to request a trade through his agent. So Jonah, who's 25 years old, has 47 career starts. He wants out of Cincinnati. He's asking for a trade. A lot of NFL news continues to percolate out there. Part of the show being brought to you by the folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to call school, if they're a junior or senior, it's that time of year they're starting to look at where they're going to make their choices. Plan a visit to Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, wonderful campus life, and 21 fully funded NCAA Division II college sports, and one of the best baseball teams in D2 right now. That's the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu for that in-person tour. We'll get into some of the games happening today and get into some of our MyBookie lines and all of that. But one thing that is becoming a trend, LT, is that this is now the third straight year that we've had a 15 seed beat a 2 seed. 3 straight years. Oral Roberts 3 years ago, 2 years ago, St. Peter's last year, and now Princeton this year. Next year, when you do your bracket, will you have a 15 beating
I will
or two?
not. I will do what I do every year, and that is to immediately put 1s and 2s moving forward. It's only the 7th time it's happened, but it is strange that it's happened 3 consecutive years now, and St. Peter's making that deepest run to the Elite Eight last year. I think it's going to be a wild bracket this year. I said that before, and I just think every year with transfer portal, this thing is going to get wilder and wilder.
You know, Princeton used to be known for that, was it Pete Carell and that backdoor cut, and they could slow it down, and they could play in a 40-point game and make it really, really tough on you. So they've kind of got a history just at that school of either – it was Georgetown, I think, right?
They lost
Is it 16-1?
by 1 to Georgetown. Then they beat UCLA.
Yeah, was that a 16-1 game, though, against Georgetown? Yeah, that was like – I remember it's before Maryland, Baltimore County had ever done it. For a minute, it looked like Princeton was going to break that seal against Georgetown that year.
And didn't they play Antonio McDyess in Alabama really tight?
So. Yeah, I think so.
In Baltimore. I think I was at that game one year.
And then Bama lost to Oak State the next round, I think.
the next game,
Big country.
But, you know, that game yesterday, it seemed like Arizona was up 6 to 8 points the entire game. And just a meltdown there at the end. And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, Princeton, they're 4 of 25 from 3. They don't shoot their first free throw until like 2 minutes left in the game.
Yeah, well, that's what this is what the guys at Field of 68 says. It's the DNA of a NCAA tournament first weekend upset is that the underdog keeps it close until about midway in the second half, and then you just watch how the favorite team, the team that's supposed to win the game, crumbles under the pressure. And sometimes it's not that the underdog plays that great.
You're right.
It's just the other folks crumble.
Happened in Virginia, too.
And sometimes they just step in it, especially if you listen to Arizona head coach Tommy Lloyd, who gives us our Nichols Outfitters sound of the day, the best bite from yesterday.
What has you kind of so composed right now, just 20 minutes after the game, and really like looking forward as opposed to just expressing your disappointment on the stage right now?
Well, you know, I would just say I know how hard it is, and I respect how hard it is. And, you know, if you want to do great things in life, you got to be willing to step in some dog shit once in a while. And that's just how it is. And we did today.
Well, I really try to avoid that. There is nothing worse than like getting in your house
I hate
or
it.
your car and you're like, holy hell, somebody has stepped in shit.
Or when you do it in the yard and you quickly realize it and you're like, well, how do I get this off? And you rub it on the grass and that doesn't happen. Then you go get the stick and you're trying to grind it out of the bottom of your shoes with a stick.
Have you ever stepped in it barefooted?
Oh, yeah, one time.
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah. I had to stop and think about that.
That's a good sound.
I don't want to go country on you, but I've been running through a field barefoot before and stepped in cow poop.
Oh, this is you guys are giving me motivation for my song if I lose this this bracket challenge.
In cow poop. Sometimes you got to step in cow poop.
But I didn't. It's
a good idea.
I didn't understand the analogy. I mean,
I really don't either.
Why do I
don't
have to step in dog shit to make great things happen? That's
no idea.
That's not really a life hack for me, right?
Yeah.
To me, in fact, you're not doing great things. You're not cleaning up your backyard after your dog poops a lot.
But is Princeton dog shit?
They stepped in it, Rockstar.
Oh, so is that what he's saying?
I really don't know what he's saying.
Man, Tommy Lloyd seems like a really nice guy, not a Fran McCaffrey type, but inexcusable. They've got 3 guys that are 6'11" or bigger in that rotation, and there's no way you let a team like Princeton beat you.
Yeah. It makes no sense at all, but that's what makes the tournament so great.
How deep did you guys have Arizona go?
Elite Eight. I had Bama beating them in the Elite Eight.
I've got them out Sweet 16.
I had Creighton beating them, so come on, Creighton.
I got NC State beating Creighton.
Go Blue Jays!
So
come on, Creighton.
For you and I, if USC is able to go on a little bit of run and Creighton gets beat by NC State today, which I think they will.
It's a big day.
Do you have Creighton?
I got to look. I forgot who I picked.
Brown will check his bracket when we come back on the other side after he tells us about Nichols Outfitters. He'll update us on who he has in that one. And We'll get into some more of the games today and a lot to get to, including Andy Kennedy with us later in the show. Tell us about Nichols.
Creighton in the Sweet 16, by the way, for me. Turkey season is here. Don't waste your time. I forgot who I had in a Sweet 16 game. I'm not even paying attention hardly. Don't waste your time running all over town to collect your hunting gear. You should spend that time out hunting. Nichols Outfitters has everything you need for a great turkey season. The calls, decoys, camp, and top quality firearms you've come to expect from Nichols Outfitters. Drop in today. Get in on the hunt. Exit 242 in Pelham, NicholsOutfitters.com. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the Live Daily Show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
All right, before LT tells you about New York Butcher and how you can get some great meals and steaks to watch the games this weekend, Greg from Pell City, owner of Storm Restoration Roofing, is over in the chat room. He says, are you boys going to watch the games anywhere after the show? Not right after the show, but later tonight, down around 5 o'clock, a little before 5 and through the 7 o'clock hour, maybe even a little out later. We're going to be down with all the city that's down in Uptown around the Legacy Arena after the shoot-arounds and stuff. It's not Todd English anymore. They've changed the name.
They changed it overnight on us.
Literally, wait a minute. Maybe if we change the name, they won't show up.
Is it Casey's?
It's Casey's.
Yeah.
And really, it was Casey's before it was Todd English. I'm guessing they had some old napkins and cups in the back.
It was Casey's, but it was in the Sheridan, right? So they moved it to the Westin?
Yeah, so it's in the Westin. So we'll be at Casey's, which was Todd English. We'll be there between 5 and 7. And then I'm going to be hanging out a little after that with our friends from Enmo, which is going to be really interesting. They're going to have some I think they have maybe some cash to give out.
Is that when is this where I'm supposed to say what is Inmo, or is that later?
You can ask me. I can't tell you. Literally.
It's a secret we're going to let you all in on pretty soon with our friends at Inmo.
I'm going to learn something tonight.
But 5 to 7 is with our friends at Redmond Vodka.
Yep.
And our friends at Bud Light. Yep. So we'll be celebrating a little St. Patrick's Day.
Did y'all
5 to
see
7.
me shooting hoop yesterday?
I did not, Lance. Did you make it?
They had a bracket. Yeah, I mean, I was feeling it yesterday because I was probably about 6 beers in at that point. And I told Brittany, I was like, I don't. It's going to be unfair if I win this thing. So I stepped out.
I'm going to tap on out for the good
of the
world.
Some dude, and he was. I don't want to call him old, but I would say.
Let's just
say the fella's 65.
Dunaway. He's over the Dunaway line.
Yeah, and how about this? You had 1 minute to shoot. He made 96 in a minute.
Shut the screen door.
Wow. On Papa Shot?
Yep.
Dang.
That's impressive.
I know.
I mean, that is going to have just the.
Rockstar's imitating an octopus in there.
Was he doing 2 hands?
He was pretty quick. Now, I wasn't as quick, so I don't know technically what I would have scored on a minute, but 10 in a row was not a
It's a
problem.
volume game. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, you got to shoot like Mike Davis's kid to win that thing.
And I will pull back. So I was hanging out with all our friends from Adams and Anheuser-Busch. Some of the national guys came in. They're actually not going to be there tonight. They're going to be at the Battery and the Grocery, back and forth, I think.
Okay.
So if you want to shoot hoop with them and go watch at either one of those places, our friends from Bud Light will be out there. But we will be at Casey's from 5 until.
So we're at Casey's with our friends at Redmond and Inmo. Our Bud Light friends are where?
They're going to be at the Grocery and the Battery. You know, right there where.
Yeah, exactly.
And Homewood.
Right there in
good
Homewood.
Spots.
All right, so a lot of good place to go safely. Enjoy St. Patrick's Day. Drink responsibly. Thanks to our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. All right. Now let's jump into some basketball conversation right after you tell us about our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
Yeah, great weekend to stop by the New York Butcher Shop. By the way, Grill Master, is it going to rain tonight? Do you guys know?
Yeah, it's raining. No, I think it's going to slack off later tonight.
Okay.
Late tonight.
I mean, this is one of those weekends. You can just sit at home if you want, grill out, and just watch games.
Amen.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations, Cava Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well done service.
Okay, I'm just going to jump through my bookie lines here. Some of the close point spreads that we have in today's action. The very first game, 11:15 on CBS. My bookie has Michigan State minus 2.5 over USC. Obviously, that's a toss-up game right there. Gut feeling right now in that contest. Forget the point spread. Win-loss. You obviously have USC.
Yeah, it's a guards tournament, though, and if you've watched USC this year, they're very inconsistent, much like Michigan State. One of the reasons it's a 7-10 game, but Boogie Ellis can completely take over a game. Drew Peterson's got a lot of experience. Those 2 guards, in my opinion, are what are going to get the Trojans rolling. And Andy Enfield, I mean, let's not forget, he had them in the Elite 8 2 years ago. He made a Sweet 16 run with the Florida Gulf Coast. This guy's got a lot of tournament experience.
Yeah,
not as much as Izzo.
I know, really. I do worry about early tip for USC, heavy Michigan State crowd. I mean, that's a concern.
And where's the location for that game?
It's in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you're playing at Nationwide Arena. That's a place they're accustomed to going to, not too far from campus for Michigan State.
8 o'clock tip. I mean, USC will be ready.
Yeah, I mean,
8 a.m.
8 a.m. Yeah. It's an early body clock tip.
Technically 9:15 a.m., but 8 o'clock warm-ups, kegs and eggs, and then go play a game, right? A couple other games in the morning session that are not their double digits. It's a 14-seed Kennesaw State making their first appearance in Xavier. They go at 11:40 on True TV, 12:30 on TNT. 14th-seeded University of California, Santa Barbara, taking on the 3-seed Baylor. Then another close one, according to our friends at MyBookie. 1 o'clock TBS, 12-seeded VCU, 5th-seeded St. Mary's. St. Mary's, really good year, but in their championship game against the Gonzaga, they looked outclassed. A lot of people circling VCU in this one. Brownie, what do you think of that contest? What do you think of St. Mary's?
Well, I think St. Mary's is, a really, really good defensive team that when they played the best team, they played for the most meaningful moment all year. They got scorched, and that does worry me against VCU. But this is a good offensive team in St. Mary's. Look, the seeding tells you, the point spread tells you this is a toss-up game. I went St. Mary's here. Not going to stun me if it's an upset. VCU can get bogged down at times offensively this year. That's their problems. They're not a great offensive team.
Okay. Well, VCU's won 27 games. They've won 7 of their last 9 games. As you mentioned, St. Mary's worst game of the year was the last game they played. I do think Randy Bennett will flip this. I think St. Mary's plays well today. I think it'll be a tight game midway. Second half, I think St. Mary's pulls away.
Okay, real quickly, reaction on some of these other close games. In the middle window today, the afternoon window, you have 2 games that are really tight point spreads, according to our friends at MyBookie. Pittsburgh and Iowa State, -4.5 Iowa State, and Creighton, -5 with NC State. You like NC State, so tell me about Pitt, Iowa State.
I like Iowa State. I don't know why people are sleeping on this Iowa State team. Everybody talks about how good the Big 12 is, and now that Pitt wins a game that I don't even think they were the better team against Mississippi State, they roll in out of the ACC, a team that is not good on the road, and Iowa State, I just think you're getting value here at 4.5. I got Iowa State going to Sweet 16.
Okay, so when we come back, I've got a list according to our friends at the Athletic and a list of our friends at the Bleacher Report, and they agree on 5 games today that have your biggest upset potential. 5 games today with your biggest upset potential. We'll get into those upset alerts when we come in our next segment. We'll get to some more in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room in just a second. But first, Brandy, tell us about our friends at MyBookie, who brings us all those lines you saw there, mybookie.ag.
Yeah, every game you're talking about right there, available at mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you go to mybookie.ag, code next round. Because what that is going to do is when you sign up and use that code, it's going to get you a sign-up bonus up to $2,000. That's right, a sign-up bonus up to $2,000. Now, a lot of places are going to give you a sign-up bonus, probably not that big, by the way. But they're going to attach some strings to it. You're going to have to bet it 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 10 times to make it yours. Not mybookie.ag. One bet, yours forever, right there at mybookie.ag. The key, though, is when you sign up, use code NEXTROUND. Code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag. All the games today, all the games all weekend. NBA, Major League Baseball, UFC fighting, the weekly blackjack tournaments. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Matt in the chat room says Casey's is at the Sheraton. No, it's right there at the Westin, which is next door to the Sheraton, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
It's closer to Legacy.
Yeah, so come by. It's really connected to Uptown. It's a block away. We'll be there tonight. It's also a great place to hang out as you head into the games tomorrow. Remember, the start times tomorrow, Auburn and Houston at 6:10, Alabama and Maryland at 8:40. That gets us to Sweaty. Sweaty goes over there. It says tomorrow night's get in right now, 286. 286. We'll update that later on. Maybe talk to our guys at ATIX, but if not, Brownie will get on all the sites and check a get-in price later on as we get closer to that. And Pritch Law says if you don't eat St. Patty's Day food, you shouldn't be allowed to watch the tournament.
What is that exactly?
That's what I wanted to ask. What is St. Patty's Day food?
Corned beef and hash?
Corned beef and hash, mash and bangers, or bangers and mash.
I guess it's technically corned beef and cabbage is the big thing.
Yeah,
I like that,
Shepherd's pie.
I like that.
I'm not a big fan of this.
I like corned beef and cabbage.
Yeah, I think that would qualify.
I don't like that hashy stuff.
I think corned beef and cabbage is fine. I think if you do that, you're eating Irish.
I like that. Shepherd's pie, I enjoy.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, but potatoes, man. I will eat plenty. Pritch Law will eat plenty of potatoes.
Yeah,
not mixed in all that shit.
Corned beef brisket, Brown. Corned beef brisket, cabbage, carrots, and potatoes sounds really good. Crock pot for 8 hours, says Pritch Law.
I agree with Patrick. I think Irish food is trash. Well, they all starved one time.
Does fish and chips really count?
That's British. That's British.
Yeah, that's very British.
Don't insult the Irish that way.
I mean, to me, it's about the drinking.
Yeah, we'll make sure we're Irish-like on that part. Have you ever had a raw potato?
Oh, God,
yeah,
yes.
I've had raw potato. Not great.
I used to eat them all the time. When
they were poor, man. Couldn't afford to cook them.
But I would. I mean, I would.
Did you get pack-ups of ketchup from the gas station and dip it in?
I mean, are you telling me
that fire is free, Jim? Y'all could have cooked it over a fire.
This is a Hunt's house.
Are you telling me that your mom has never been, peeling potatoes and about to cut them up and throw them in the oven or the deep fryer to cook them for dinner, and you haven't walked by and grabbed a few slices of
No,
raw
I've
potato?
done it. Yeah, I've had raw potato. It's just not great.
I
It's
mean,
a bad way to
I
eat
think
it.
I've taken a bite, and that was the last bite I took.
I mean, if we were on that the End of Time show you guys are watching there, and it's my only choice, I'd eat it.
That'd be a meal on
Yeah.
that one.
But again, how do you guys like the potatoes the best? I'm a tater tot
Deep
guy.
fried.
If I can go,
That was one of the
tater tot.
That was one of the questions yesterday. And real quickly before we get to the top of the hour, Rockstar asked us if we had to have one side for how long, Rockstar? A month or a year?
2 months every meal.
2 months every meal, one side.
Mine was going to be mac and cheese.
You could not do it.
Oh yeah, I could.
You could not. You would
I
get
said
so
it
tired.
too, but man, I mean, that's a lot of mac and cheese.
Oh, so what you're saying? Okay,
It's every meal.
So I can
30
do,
days.
No, I know that, but can I do potatoes but a different way every time?
No, it would be
Deep
same way
fried
every
potato.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same way.
To me, it
Rockstar
would
even
be
said
the French
it's
fry.
Yeah, Rockstar even said it's the same fry. Like if you go Chick-fil-A waffle fries, that's it for 30 days.
Yeah, no, mine would be.
How can you do fries and not mac and cheese?
I'd easily eat
I
fries.
think the fries are more unhealthy than mac and cheese.
Well, I'm
At
not
that
worried
point,
about
I'm not at
healthy.
all worried about health.
But I can go fries and, with a little salt and pepper with a steak, with a burger, with a sandwich, with scrambled eggs.
You didn't say Brussels?
Oh, no.
No.
I don't want to smell farts for 30 days.
I'm still burping up duck from the other night at dinner. Ugh.
Bad decision.
Either that or all the wine, one of the two. Top of the hour here. When we come back, we will jump into the upset alert. 2 big sites, Bleacher Report and The Athletic, agree on 5 big upsets today. Who they are next on TNR.
On Twitter at JLuntz.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
That is a typical Dunaway response, isn't it? All right, 1 hour down, 3 to go here. Andy Kennedy joins us at 11:30 today, so that means we'll be doing trash a little after or before? A little after?
That's up to you guys. I don't care. I just love trash. I just want it somewhere.
Yeah, we'll do trash after we talk to Andy Kennedy once we get into the games going on around the bracket. Maybe we'll do it before. We'll play it by ear a little over an hour from now. But we'll get back into Alabama and Auburn here and then get to those upsets. This part of the show being brought to you by my buddy Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Wonder how Greg's bracket went. I mean, he's a roof guy. Maybe that bracket didn't have too many holes in it.
There's a ceiling. There's a ceiling to how well he can do moving forward.
There is. He want to make sure everything's tightened down there after the recent windstorms on your roof. Let him get on there and check it out right now and find out if you had any storm damage. It's a free, no-cost roof inspection with Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Free, no-cost roof inspection. You can also look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. And again, that free no-cost roof inspection. Keep that number on standby when you have any storm damage. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City. Let's get more reaction to Alabama and Auburn's win yesterday. Seriously, you were down all day outside the arena at parties. Brownie and I were inside for both games. Just an amazing atmosphere, Brownie.
Well, look, the Alabama game was packed. I mean, literally filled to the rafters. They announced 15,000, which is somewhere around what we're told is the actual capacity for that session, which also included the Maryland-West Virginia game, but it was mostly Alabama fans. There wasn't a whole lot to get excited about. I mean, they're playing Corpus Christi. You knew they were going to run them by they almost ran them by
20. I cannot. It cost me a winning day.
Almost ran them by 24.
Almost ran them by 24 points.
If you had the 23.5, that little trash shot at the end was a backbreaker for you.
And I tell you, I told this to Brownie instantly. I swear, if you go back and look at the replay, I think a guy, if they show it on the broadcast, because I'm watching him, a big guy on the bench, his teammate, yelled at him, "What are you doing?"
Well, I think the coach had just told him, let's just run it out here, because Alabama had clearly backed off, and they're just dribbling the ball out in the front court, and I thought they were just going to run the clock out. Shake hands, go home, and that guy hits a fadeaway three at the horn to kill anybody that had Bama by the straight through.
But I took it as the big guy going, "What are you doing?"
I had Bama.
And I just I wonder if he had money on the game.
So... And I want to clear something up, because a lot of people, when we talk about how electric the atmosphere was for Auburn, Iowa, which it was, and I expected that, a lot of people were like, no, man, it was an empty seats. You couldn't hear anything on TV. I can't help what you couldn't hear on TV. It was loud in Legacy Arena. The empty seats issue I can explain. They have to clear the arena entirely between sessions before allowing people in. West Virginia, Maryland ran late. I think it allowed them 45 minutes to get everything cleared out. Everybody in, hit the concession stand, get to your seat. I mean, there was not, I know that sounds like a lot of time. There really wasn't that much time. That's why it was a minute for it to fill in. I thought by the end of by the second half of the Auburn game, the place was almost full again. It was very, very loud. I cannot wait to see what Saturday is like.
Oh,
it's going to be incredible Saturday.
But, Pritchlow is right. He was talking about how bad Uptown was last night. How about him having to walk to KFC by the old Caraway and then sprint back?
It was a 2-hour wait, he said. Yep. He walked to KFC, got there, power was out at KFC. So he got from Exotic Wings and sat in the parking lot, ate the wings, then walked the mile back and still made it in time for tip. And I'm telling you, sometimes the lines were tremendously long at concessions, but it felt like most of them, they were getting through the lines. Like Little T was there to watch her Auburn team, and the first thing she did, they came in and got in line. They were going to get beers and food. And I was like, I've been telling you all week long in the show, eat before you come. This is going to be a disaster. And they actually moved through the line a lot faster so a little bit better on the concession lines.
I will tell you this. I jumped around different places in Uptown, and it was a mess. I just don't know how you're not prepared for that.
Well, and then that was, and I need to find the answer to this. John McWater's asking us the chat room when the doors open tomorrow. I want to say it's an hour and a half before tip, 90 minutes before tip, but I will try to confirm that before this segment's over. But yes, Jim, a great atmosphere to answer your question. All that said, it's a great atmosphere for both games, even though there wasn't just a ton to get excited about in Bama Corpus Christi. There was still the buzz of a packed house.
Alabama beats Texas A&M Corpus Christi 96-75, 5 in double figures for Alabama, 15 three-pointers. They're now 30-5 on the year. They're, by the way, 3-0 all time inside that building in NCAA tournament. Wimp was there and won 2 games back in '87, and then that was the team that eventually lost to Rick Pitino's Providence team, right? 87?
Yep.
Yeah.
Was 87.
So you did two here, and did they also go to Louisville?
That's where they lost to Providence, was in Louisville, right?
Uh-oh.
I don't remember.
No. What?
Because Alabama goes to Louisville after this.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. They don't play Providence, at least.
Again, just to paint the path, San Diego State, Furman winner. If Alabama gets by Maryland, that's who they've got.
Are you stunned if Furman wins that game? What's the line on that? What's the line on that game, you think?
I've seen it. It's 5.5.
5.5?
Yeah.
By the way, I've got San Diego State winning that game.
Yeah, it's 5.5.
Out in my bracket, so you throw the landmine into it, and Furman's got a fighting chance.
Boy, I mean, a lot of games are 5.5. Like Texas, to put in perspective how tight that Furman San Diego State game is, Lance, at 5.5, that's the same thing Texas is favored over Penn State in round 2. That's the same thing Houston is favored over Auburn in round 2.
Well, that's what I told Dunaway this morning. I couldn't find the number. I said Houston's probably 5.5.
Bingo.
And you're spot on with our friends at MyBookie. But Rockstar, let's get a little reaction from the Alabama players here. Let's go first with our NIL guy, Namari Burnett, cut number 3. Namari Burnett gets asked a question about the team's depth. Again, it showed yesterday in the Alabama wins, and here's how Namari answered that question.
We always stay ready, and we got a great starting group and come in and get us an early lead, and if not, we have a great bench to either push that lead forward or get the lead back. So having great depth on this team only makes us one of the best teams in the country, and I think it showed today.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And Rockstar, give me cut 4 and why you queued that up. Is that Alabama's biggest asset? Who was it that it was Seth Greenberg that said they're the Noah's Ark of basketball?
Yeah, two of everything.
Yeah,
two of everything.
And I think you saw that yesterday with Pringle. I mean, that guy had a phenomenal game. I mean, just when you think, hey, you know what, if we could get Bediako in foul trouble on the inside, we got a chance. And then there comes Nick Pringle playing the way he's playing. What are you supposed to do?
And look, it was a 116, but 14 guys got minutes yesterday.
Yeah.
And here's Bediako and Charles Bediako and Nora Clowney just talking about how with Brandon Miller scoring 0, how everybody else contributed.
It just shows how special this team is. Like, it could be anybody's game. Like I say, even some guys who don't get, who some people say they don't get enough minutes to, credit to them for when they step up when time's called, like Namari Burnett and Nick Pringle. They had great games today. And that just shows how special this team is.
A lot of teams show extra attention to him because of the player he is, and, it opens up a lot for other guys. And, I feel like I'm confident in everybody else on this team, anybody on this team, to make open shots, obviously score at the rim, make good reads. We got a good team and we're deep.
Good team and they're deep. Rockstar, can you cue that back up to the beginning and open Forster's mic for me? Forster, you've done this. You were the camera guy at ABC 3340, and we appreciate them with their friendship and allowing us to use that. Basketball locker room, hardest locker room to be in when you got a guy like Bediako there?
Yeah, that's a very tight space and a 7-foot guy. That in any setting, somebody like that is it's tough to get in a good spot.
Hey, so how bad does your back hurt if the interview goes a long time? Are you sitting there holding that shot?
Fortunately, those are typically very short.
Yeah, but that's always I've learned. A small basketball locker room with a bunch of guys that have been sweating for 40 minutes, that's a hot and humid atmosphere too, isn't it, Scott?
Yes, and it's you're constantly fighting humidity and your lens fogging up.
Not a great situation.
What's the strangest thing you guys have seen in post-game interview and locker room? And the reason I ask is I'll never forget Ian Fitzsimmons telling me that Rick Majerus came out to do his post-game naked and was just sitting there, balls out, taking questions.
Well, I mean... Forster,
My balls was hot.
Forster, you're laughing at one. I've got one from my first ever Auburn game. Back in the old days, you got to go in the locker room. What's yours, Forster? You're laughing.
I don't know about a specific one, but I always had to be in those open locker room situations. You always had to be very, very conscious of what's behind the person you're
There are guys coming out of the shower that know they're not getting interviewed, but they're ready to get that shower over with.
We flat out at Alabama, I think it was Alabama-Clemson College Football Playoff on CBS 42, ran a full 4-minute interview with just bare ass in the background of somebody getting dressed and bending over, pulling up their underwear. You're getting the tea bags and everything. We had emails flying in.
I want to say it was post Alabama-Washington in the college football playoff. J.K. Scott, was he still punting for Bama then?
Yeah.
All the years run together. J.K. Scott, has Lentz forgot something? I thought I heard him say something. J.K. Scott has a post-game ritual apparently in the locker room where he basically, I can't describe it, but he does like, do you know when you get on the ground and you do the snake dance or the worm, whatever they call it, the worm? He does that very slowly, like as a stretch, just all the way across the floor of the locker room. Well, in Tuscaloosa or wherever you're playing on the road.
Not naked, though, right?
No, there's never media in there.
Right.
Well, in the playoffs, they allow the media in the locker room, and with a team like Alabama, you can imagine when they're the best team in college football, it's a crush in that locker room. People everywhere. You know who didn't care about that? J.K. Scott. So everybody's like standing around trying to interview Jalen Hurts or Jalen Waddle or something like that. Here comes J.K. Scott just doing the worm, and he keeps going, excuse me. He did not care, man. So all these cameramen are having to step over him, step out of the way. Wow. And I'll never forget one of the Alabama players said, don't ever change, JK. Don't ever change.
For mine, if you'll look up Tracy Rocker and what size he was back in the day.
Since we're talking about locker room, you mean height and weight?
I would go 6'5", 285.
Okay, so you say 6'5", 285. To me, as my first time ever in a locker room setting like that as a young reporter, so we go into this locker room, and Tracy Rocker was one of those guys that did not use the privacy towel, and he wanted to do his interviews butt-ass naked, and he would stand up. And we didn't have wireless microphones, Forrester, so we had the old wired microphones. So I'd always hold this one.
Forrester's girl.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'd always hold my microphone, and then I would hold the wire to make sure that it was
not touching things.
Yeah.
Taut.
It was controlled, right?
I see where this is going.
And so at 5'10" and a half, and he's how tall?
I got him at 6'3", 288. Yeah.
Well, it seemed like he was 7 foot at this interview.
I bet.
So he's butt-ass naked, and I'm doing my first ever interview, and I'm interviewing him, and I've got this microphone, and I have to keep making sure that I'm holding the mic cord. I don't want to be touching anything else.
I bet you would have known the difference.
Yeah, so I'm sitting there going, and during the interview, it was the most awkward interview ever.
What questions did you ask?
Oh, I don't remember.
Mr. Rocker?
Mr. Rocker? War Eagle? War Eagle? War Damn?
Oh, I was watching, I don't know why, but I stumbled across the Buzz Williams news conference the other day, Rockstar, and your guy was asking the question, Coach.
Hey, Coach, what do you think they're going to do about rebounding?
I can't ever hear the guy without thinking about you again.
It's like, you can stay seated if you want to, Tracy. I'm like, no, I'll stand. Whatever you want to do.
All right.
Whatever you want to do.
I wish we could get Rockstar to go tomorrow night and ask questions in that voice.
Oh, we should have done it to Fran McCaffrey. Coach.
Okay, to those upsets. After LT tells us about our friends at Slice Pizza, had a little slice up here yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it seems
pizza
like any time.
Pizza party.
Y'all were actually
we
here.
were here, yeah.
Did they pre-plan it?
I'm sure they did.
Yeah, I think they said Lance is not here. Let's do it today. I think was that what
I
I heard?
We had a text
Rockstar?
thread for 4 days. I think we were talking about it.
No, y'all haven't.
Yeah,
God, no. That was not planned.
I don't know.
We did not have the hot mama. But we had a couple of the spicy Hawaiians.
Okay.
We had the buffalo chicken one, right? Nope. Nope. What do we have, Reed?
It's barbecue chicken.
Barbecue chicken, yes.
Did y'all do it with the? Oh, so you did it with chicken and not the brisket?
Yeah. So we had a cheese for Rockstar.
Yeah.
How many slices do you have?
I had 2 before I rolled downtown to pick up our equipment.
Yeah, I had 3 slices. I think didn't they have $100 bills on each slice right there? Where you each got
we
one?
had to remove it because they're all greasy.
Cold hard cash. Yeah.
Anyway, I could crush some slice right now. But if you're in town,
Hey,
you've
we've
never
got a
had
tab
it before.
open, apparently.
SliceBirmingham.com for more information. 4 great locations, the original in Lakeview. There is one right down the road here in Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. The concept created by the late Jeff Pajaya. His brothers still are there, Jason and Chris. Get in, see them, enjoy some of those great pizzas that Dunaway was just talking about. Great brews. It's all right there at Slice.
All right, so people are asking, are we going to be anywhere for tomorrow's games? Brown and I, and maybe LT, will be in the arena for the games. But we'll be down at Legacy Arena, but we do not have any shows planned on Saturday or any public appearances, right?
No.
So, but no public appearances. Just tonight, 5 to 7, Casey's is we'll be tonight watching the other games that are ongoing. Michael says, when does Gary the Gator return? Likely football season. But yesterday, for those that were in the game, we had a female PA announcer.
I know her, too.
Yeah, a PA announcer who's a female, which is not a common thing at a major sporting event. And so I joked as we were walking in, it sounds like we're at the Olympics.
And as soon as Dunaway said it, I'm right, because, it just had a very Olympic sound to it. It was a female, like, for the United States, Carrie Strug. It just had a very Olympic sound to it.
It was like a female announcer, and it sounded like at the Olympics. And then Brown had the great line, I keep waiting for
the French translation, like,
because they always make an announcement and then another announcement.
Do Charles Bediaco shooting 2.
Charles Bediaco for 2.
She's going sumo s'il plaît, Charles Bediaco. I wish they had done that too.
These are the things we think about. Yeah. So I came up, speaking of Gary.
Everybody said,
wow, don't do it. There's been a lot of that.
Yeah. I mean, in America, there would be people that would not vote for freedom.
Watches the show, by the way. Everybody watches the show.
So you have, I came up with this for you next fall. Because like the Olympics, we could do an SEC PA announcer where you have a normal PA announcer, the French translation, and then they always do the local dialect. If it's in Japan, it's English, French, and then it's always in Japanese. You could go English, French, and then a really redneck announcer and what he would say. That'd be a good Dr. Lou.
Yes, I could actually. I'll write that down.
Yeah.
And I'll give, because I know he'll say, like, that was my idea. And
I've already. It was worked. It was
workshopped.
It was workshopped by both of us yesterday.
Okay.
But put that on the list for next football season. When we come back, those upsets that everyone is waiting on. Love all your comments over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. And keep those rolling in. You can call the show as well, 205-734-0923. 205-734-0923. You have breaking news.
I was just going to tell you, because I said I'd try to get it in this segment. 4:40, doors open Saturday, 4:40. So if you want to get there early, what is that, a 6:10 tip for Auburn?
So 6:10 tip.
Yep, so 4:40, hour and a half before.
All right, hour and a half before, 90 minutes before Auburn and Houston, 6:10 on Saturday. Thanks to our friends at Night Edie as well, who were hosting and putting on the event. They did a wonderful job yesterday, especially getting everybody out and everybody back into the arena. Not the easiest thing in the world to do. Hemp Hill takes care of all your problems, whether it's heating, plumbing, or cooling.
Yeah, any of those problems. And remember, right now, they've got a little special going on at our friends at Hemp Hill. $69 HVAC checkup right now. $69 from Hemp Hill Services. Again, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. Right now, again, $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill, locally owned and operated. It's a Train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Call Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our Michelson look ahead to upsets right here, brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make that call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. Still have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Call 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
All right. Both the Bleacher Report and The Athletic have some upsets that they put out. And I pulled out the 5 that they agree on the potential upsets today. Now, when you see these potential upsets, you ever put any stock in these, or usually
No.
they don't come true usually, right? Like nobody saw Princeton coming yesterday.
Well, I told you about there's a handicapper that last year decided to play every dog throughout the tournament, and he ended up winning decent money. And if you would have done it yesterday, you would have won money.
And that's
just
not
playing money line.
The money line, not the point spread. Money line. You would have won money yesterday.
And I think you probably would today.
Helped out by the fact that Princeton was like
plus 900.
Plus 900. Yeah,
so that's a good start.
Yeah. So that helps you out a lot there. So if you bet 100 on every game, you won $9,000?
No, you would win 900.
900.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 900.
9-1.
9-1. Okay. It doesn't sound like I would have won money then, but I guess I would have. I trust you on that. The biggest
think about it, there was only 16 games.
The biggest upset yesterday, or today, the biggest upset today, they say to keep an eye on, is Drake in Miami.
I got Drake.
It's not really an upset when you look at the
the number. I mean, Miami's a 1.5 point favorite.
Yeah, well, I mean, for the purposes of this conversation, I know you don't want to do this. You're going to forget point spreads. They're just going to be talking seeds right here, right?
That's right. That's right.
Seeding upset.
So Drake over Miami, which is what, 12-5?
It's a 12-5, but Drake has won 27 games. They've won
Drake's a good team.
13 of their last 14. They're really, really good. You know, the thing I can't dismiss is how good Jim Larrañaga is in this tournament, though.
That's right.
We saw it last year, and he's got the core of that team back, led by Isaiah Wong. I mean, it's a really good team.
A couple of them are not 100%. They're dealing with a little bit of an injury as well. But there you go. You're talking about Drake over Miami.
One reason I went Drake, too, is you get this a lot in these mid-major teams, is an experienced group of players. They have got an extremely old team that has been together a very long time. And those are the types of mid-major teams, not the ones that just happen to get hot in a tournament and make it in, but those that have been building over 3 or 4 years, and this is the fruit of their labor finally paying off.
Well, we'll know early on this one, in my opinion, because Drake is all about threes, and they've got 4 guys that actually shoot better than 36% behind the perimeter, so they can hit a lot of threes. I didn't realize this. Drake was basically a dynasty back in the late 60s and 70s. 69, they went to a Final Four. 70 and 71, Elite Eights.
I don't even know where Drake is. Is it in?
It's Omaha.
Is it Omaha?
Yeah, no, the Creighton's Omaha.
Yeah.
I thought Drake was too. Or is it in Iowa?
Yeah, it's in Iowa.
Yeah, it's in Iowa. I'm
Des
sorry.
Moines. It's in Des Moines, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I didn't look at their city.
So apparently we don't know where Drake is.
That's pretty clear. It is in Iowa.
Gun to head, I would have said Iowa. It's not Council Bluffs.
Des Moines. It is in Des Moines.
Yeah. Okay, so Drake is advancing in my bracket too. So I picked Drake as well. The second most likely upset today, according to both the Athletic and the folks at Bleacher Report, is Providence over Kentucky.
I don't know what to make of this Kentucky
I don't
team.
either.
The only SEC team in action today, Providence and Kentucky.
And I don't know what to make of them. I think Ed Cooley is a really, really good coach for Providence. It's a quality offensive team that has struggled a little bit defensively.
6-10 CBS, 4-point favorite is Kentucky.
Yeah, and Kentucky has been so schizophrenic, Lance. I mean, it's a coin flip game to me.
I think Kentucky will win. I think Kentucky is capable of a pretty deep run too if they're playing their best basketball. I just don't know what Kentucky team is going to show up.
That's what I don't understand. I'm all in on Kentucky on that game today. The next one they have is VCU over St. Mary's as their third pick as the likely upsets today.
God, these are so trendy. St. Mary's a better team, but VCU is good. Again, another like Drake 27-win team.
Honestly, wasn't Furman a little trendy? I mean, I picked them, but I had so many people I heard yesterday, let's go, I had Furman. So that was a trendy upset, right?
Furman, of the 16 games, Furman had the most money on them and the most betting slips out of
Vegas. Which you would normally look at and say, easy Virginia win.
Well, I was pulling for Furman, but I had Virginia as one of my plays, and it looked like late. I mean, that was one of the worst passes. You have a timeout. I feel so bad for that kid.
Yeah, I mean, he was in fact, his freshman year, he made big plays to help Virginia win the national championship.
I bet the win probability was 99.9%.
It was 67-63 when Furman stepped to the line with 19 seconds left, and they only had 2 free throws. So you basically had to turn the ball over.
Yes.
Instead of taking a foul, taking a timeout, whatever. I mean, hats off to Furman for not fouling there, because you've got to foul at some point. While they had him trapped, they didn't foul him. It forced him to make that dumb pass.
I was like, man, Furman really gave this a go. And then I turn around, I see the pass, immediately hit that 3, and our buddy Patrick Strong told us that Pegues was 0 of 15 before you hit that 3.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's such an NCAA tournament thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you saw the shot go up, you're like, damn, they just beat Virginia.
They just beat Virginia.
And where are you guys on Tony Bennett?
Well, I was about to ask you, is there a bigger...
I got a stat.
Is there a bigger feast or famine guy out there?
Probably not.
I mean, just before you do your stat, Dunaway, I'll just give you his Virginia runs.
Well, no, it's the mid-major. He's lost 3 of the last 4 years to mid-major teams.
So first tournament berth, round of 64, NIT quarterfinal. Then here's his tournament runs. Sweet 16, out after 1 round. Elite 8, out of the round of 32. 1 and done, national championship. out, one and done. NIT quarterfinal, one and done. I mean, it is feast or famine with that guy. There's no like, oh, we made the Sweet 16. Oh, we made the Elite Eight. You're either playing for the championship or you're done early.
His last 4 NCAA tournaments, he's lost in the first round to a mid-major or went on to win the national championship.
And
It's wild.
You know, it's hard to back this up, but I still think he is one of the best coaches in college
Well,
basketball.
here's the problem. They play that slow it down, methodical style. And what does that do? It's like Gene Stallings' offense back in football.
Well, nobody wants to play in it.
But it also keeps everybody in the game because you're not scoring a lot of points.
That's
There's
right.
not a lot of possessions.
Yeah, you have a couple turnovers, and all of a sudden,
Alabama dominated Vanderbilt in football under Gene Stallings, and the score would be 17-7.
Yeah. And you would watch the game, and you're like, Alabama, it feels like they're winning this game by 30.
Right.
But if they don't get this first down, Vandy's going to get the ball back with a chance to drive for the win.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's the way Virginia plays, and it bites them in the butt there. But VCU over St. Mary's is another one. This one I don't see, but they do. Kent State over Indiana.
I don't see it either, and I knew that was trendy from the Calcutta and how much people were bidding on Kent State. I haven't watched Kent State play at all this year.
I have not, but I'll give you the Ken Palm. 111 in offensive efficiency. They are at least a top 40 defensive efficiency team in Ken Palm. And if you want to compare that to Indiana, they actually do pretty well in both. Indiana, 27th offense, 43rd defense. So it's hard to look at the metrics on that one and say, yeah, that screams upset to me.
Yeah, and by the way, if you're an Auburn fan, and you think you're going to beat Houston and bounce out there, I just gave you 4 of 5 upsets that would impact your Sweet 16 game. Because if these upsets hold true, Drake and Kent State winning today would give you a Drake-Kent State with the winner getting the winner of Houston and Auburn.
Yeah, I mean, you would be guaranteed, if those happen, a 12-13 winner in the Sweet 16 to make it to the Elite Eight.
So
that's crazy to
So
think
you're
about.
cheering
You
for
can pull
those
that.
upsets if you're an Auburn fan today. You got a chance today to make your path to the Elite Eight if you can get by Houston.
I was having a conversation with somebody about Houston last night, and they were like, man, my bracket's going to be shattered if Houston loses. And I was like, well, how far do you have them going? And they were like, Elite Eight. I said, what you want is all of these elite teams going down. Like, I've got Houston going to the Elite Eight too, but I'm pulling against them. I don't know about you guys. I mean,
I want Auburn to win the game.
Well,
Yeah,
No, my
I've
logic is
got Houston winning the national championship.
Well, I get that.
But as a guy who wouldn't mind seeing a team from inside the state win a national championship, I wouldn't mind, posing for a calendar to see that happen.
I pull for my Final Four and then upsets everywhere else.
Well, I got state teams in there before I get to the upsets, though. You don't go state teams before upsets? State of Alabama teams like Alabama and Auburn?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, Auburn's going to be an upset moving forward.
Well, I mean, that's true. I just, in general.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I mean,
there's a good chance that
Auburn could have.
We could be in Louisville next week.
Auburn could have the type of day that Alabama had yesterday. I mean, Alabama wins the game, and then they just sit around and watch, Furman get picked off, or Furman pick off Virginia, the 4 seed in the bracket, then sit and watch Princeton pick off Arizona, the 2 seed. I'm telling you, man, that 3 in the South is a shaky 3. Baylor. I don't think that's a problem for Alabama. I mean, that day could not have gone better for Alabama.
Unbelievable. So
and Auburn could have that type of day
If Auburn
today.
beats Houston, where do they go?
The Kansas City region.
Okay.
That's right.
Something just occurred to Lance.
I mean,
Coin flip.
I like KC better than Louisville.
Why?
I don't know. The only time I've ever really hung out in KC was last year on the Bracket Challenge.
Great steaks and barbecue or the Bourbon Trail?
No, they've got a little Italy basically. I think I told you guys about this.
Oh,
in
in Kansas City, yeah.
Because the mob is such a fixture there.
Little Italy or Bourbon Trail?
Bourbon Trail. Yeah.
I'd go Little Italy in a heartbeat.
Last thing I knew right now is the Bourbon Trail.
All right, let's get there first, and we'll make those decisions on the other side. And then one more, and I don't think this happens either. Iona over UConn, and this is just all Rick Pitino, right?
Yeah, it is. It's
this
Rick
Iona
Pitino.
team. This Iona team's not as good as the team he had that played Alabama.
I don't think so. It's a pretty good Gale team, but UConn's size, I just don't know. I said this yesterday with Arizona, though. Princeton can play the best game, and they're still going to lose because of size. This is UConn. UConn way too big.
Yeah. By the way, UConn, one of my Final Four teams, so that could kick me right in the old testicle festival.
Jimmy Trendy.
I mean, again.
No, you've got UConn, you've got Duke.
And I got Alabama and Houston.
Yeah.
I want to go back to Creighton, though, today. Creighton meets a lot of these metrics that everybody depends on.
Right.
They've fallen a lot of these windows when people are like, here's the DNA of championship teams. Creighton meets it. Why does nobody believe in them?
No, they do.
I do.
You don't.
He doesn't.
I don't.
Because he's not trendy.
No.
But I mean, Lance, I mean, when you look at like the same thing, the UConn triggered that because UConn fits a lot of these metrics.
Right.
But when you look at national championship DNA, Creighton has a lot of what a lot of teams have. You don't believe in them. Why? Because you got NC State beating them.
They've just been up and down.
Yeah, but most of their losses came with Ryan Kalkenbrenner out.
Yeah.
Look at Jimmy D doing his homework.
I would probably threw an extra N in there.
Kalkenbrenner.
There are only going to be, in my opinion, 2 NBA guys in that game, and they're both on the Wolfpack.
Well, are we playing for an NBA championship?
I'm
this
just
a best
saying.
of 7?
This is a Western Conference Final.
This is a best of 7 series.
Terquavian Smith and Jarkel Joyner. Watch those guys. That'll be the difference. I just don't trust this Creighton team.
Crap, LT. If you're going by NBA standards, maybe those guys take the night off. That happens all the time in the NBA.
Veteran
How about
rest.
this, though? The Blue Jays have won at least one game in 11 of their last 13 appearances.
Do you trust Greg McDermott? I got your coach. You don't?
I mean, I think he's a good coach,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I didn't mean if you trusted him, if you loaned him money. I meant you
He's a
think he could
big
coach.
dude, too.
Oh,
He
Greg
really
McDermott's
is.
huge.
He
yeah.
might be the biggest coach in college basketball.
Well, now that Patrick Ewing got fired.
Speaking of money, our friends at Peachtree Planning, Peachtree of Alabama, great people that can take care of your money moving forward on this St. Patrick's Day. Why don't you stop relying on luck when it comes to your finances? Let somebody take it over and really plan it out for you.
Yeah, again, a couple of missteps can really, really cost you in retirement. Everybody wants to get out of the workforce outside of Dunaway as early as possible. That's why you need to sit down with our friends at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Peachtree Planning, independent financial services firm dedicated to assisting clients with their greatest financial concerns. They offer comprehensive wealth management, financial strategies to clients all across the country. Reach out to Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning. Let them give you an unbiased complimentary audit of your current life insurance, investment, and retirement planning. That's Mark Burkholder, Clay McDowell at Peachtree Planning of Alabama. Tell them the next round sent you. 205-965-3437. That's 205-965-3437.
Chris says you guys are sleeping on Marquette. The metrics don't say so, but wins over Baylor, Creighton, Xavier, and UConn this year. I have Marquette in the Elite Eight, so no sleeping here, Chris. Elite Eight for me.
They got to go across that USC buzzsaw, so I got them getting bounced next round.
Again, we're about to hopefully get into some green beer up here with our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We'll make it green and start having it hopefully here at the top of the hour. And then LT's team at 11:15, USC will play the first game against Michigan State. A green team, by the way, Michigan State on this St. Patrick's Day.
Out.
Green and white, Michigan State.
I'll go State right now.
And if USC loses, LT all of a sudden is in trouble.
Oh, I'm in a corner quickly.
Yeah, that's right.
With the bracket challenge.
Cornered animal.
We'll get into all that and a lot more as we continue on. Countdown to day 2 of the NCAA tournament in just a second on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialists will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round.
Did we find Tyler?
We haven't yet, no. Andy Kennedy coming up in the next hour. He'll be with us right around trash. More of the NCAA tournament conversation. In just a second, Richard Hendrix already on the show today. Richard Hendrix can be found on our podcast section, wherever you get your podcasts, whether it's on TuneIn Radio, where you're listening to us live right now, our friends with iHeart Radio app, Odyssey, Alexa, Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts, and all of our live video platforms, also with podcast capabilities at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and, of course, on Instagram. Thanks for being with us today. Remember to like, subscribe, give us a thumbs up. Let's talk about proper number 12 on this St. Patrick's Day, if you will. Just an unbelievable product. We had the apple shot the other day. Even Brownie jumped in on that. It's Conor McGregor's wonderful, wonderful Irish whiskey on this St. Patrick's Day. And
yeah, they've got a event coming up, and I will tell you about it in just one sec. I saw our friend Tyler yesterday.
Yep.
And here we go. Proper 12 Irish Apple. It is Conor McGregor's Irish whiskey. St. Patrick's Day, better way to celebrate if you're in the Birmingham area looking to enjoy some St. Patty's Day parties. Proper 12 has a few to go to. Check out Moe's Barbecue in Lakeview.
Okay, that's a good place.
The Battery in Homewood.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have all your favorite St. Pat's beverages, from the car bombs to the green beer, even green tea shots, which you will love, Dunaway. NCAA basketball on every TV at both spots. Get out, sport local. Again, it's Proper 12 and Proper 12 Irish Apple.
All right. Drink responsibly. Use the Uber and the Lyfts, or a friend that decides not to drink, and drink responsibly today as you enjoy St. Patrick's Day. Away from basketball, we'll get back to basketball at the top of the hour. Games tip at 11:15. We'll enjoy all the games today. But one thing that is happening in the NFL is the free agency and the re-signings that are going on. Darius Slayton, former Auburn player, re-signs with the Giants. Eagles signed Darius Slay and Greedy Williams to contracts and extensions. And then there's the Aaron Rodgers front, where, according to reports, it's not as close as people think, because the Packers is starting to leak out what they want. And they're using Broncos and Russell Wilson and Rams and Matthew Stafford as an example. A couple of first-round draft picks change places there in that scenario, and they're wanting the Jets to step up and pay for what is a premium deal.
I said this the other day after he said what he said on McAfee. If you're the Packers, why would you not play it this way?
Because he could just retire and you get nothing.
I mean, that's the other option, but I think it's abundantly clear he doesn't want to just retire. He wouldn't be doing this if he just wanted to retire, right? So, you kind of have him over the barrel. He wants to keep playing. He's got his location selected, and he doesn't want to play for me. Why would I not get the maximum value out of it? I could. The longer I let it drag along.
I get that. The frustrating thing for the Jets has got to be the Packers leaked out that they were pretty much Aaron Rodgers was in the past for them.
Right.
And everybody thought this thing was a done deal. I mean, I get trying to get value, but trying to get that kind of value, multiple first-round picks, I don't think the Jets are going to do it.
They may not, but it feels like the Jets are a long way down this road to be turning around now. And I think that's what the Packers – I mean, you've gone out and he's given you a shopping list, and you're buying stuff off the shopping list already.
Yeah, I get that.
You're outfitting the apartment.
But I just I can't believe they're asking for multiple ones.
Oh, I think that's way too much. But again, if I'm the Jet, I mean, Lance, if you decided to sell your house today, are you going to say, well, everything around me is asking X, but I don't think I can get that, so I'm going to start at Y? I mean, you're going to start at X, right? And see if maybe I can get what everything around me's getting.
Yeah, but you'll start at that.
Or even more.
But if it's either at some point it's foreclosure or sell your house for this.
Well, I mean, it'll never get to foreclosure.
Yeah,
I mean,
it will. He could retire.
He ain't going to retire. He's not going to do all this and retire.
Could retire. Easily
he does. But if you're the Packers, he's not going to do all this and just retire.
Okay, but if he
wanted to retire, he'd retire.
Okay, but if he doesn't retire, then the Packers owe him over $50 million next year.
Technically $60
But
million.
But that's the other thing they know. He ain't playing for the Packers. He would just retire before he did that. I agree. He would retire before he played for the Packers in all likelihood, especially now. But I think they know they've got him and the Jets over a barrel. And if he starts talking retirement, and that's what, if he wants to get this deal done quickly, that's probably what he should do, is just like, you know what, screw it, I'm retiring. But he can't really do that, because then what message does that send the Jets? I mean, he's between a little bit of a rock and a hard place.
I mean, he contemplates retirement every year. So
he says he does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he does.
Well, I again don't think he goes to this much effort just to retire.
Rusty over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, 39 years old, 2 years left, maybe. If you can get a Super Bowl, again, Rams gave up 2 ones, and Jared Goff, who was a number 1 overall that played like a first round last year.
Yeah,
so basically they gave up 3 first rounds, but they won a Super Bowl.
But let's don't act like they knew Jared Goff was going to play the way he did. They were done with Goff.
Yeah, they were ready to get that off the books.
So they wanted to get that salary off the books. And the Packers want to get this salary off their books to where they don't have to deal with it, right? So there's a little bit of that. So you do have a little bit of, I want to get rid of this salary and this Aaron Rodgers problem, because he has become a problem for the Packers. So what is the value of that? Absolutely, the Jets should give up a first-round pick.
Yeah,
one
first
round.
But the Jets are trending like this.
Yeah,
and they don't want to do what the Rams did. You hit it, and then it comes down.
There's no way I give up 2 first-round picks. But if they don't want one, then I'll move on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the Lions are a scary team in the future. They really are. What they're building, what Brad Campbell's been able to do.
Oh, hey, because you're referencing that because that division
Holmes,
that division's about to be without Aaron Rodgers.
But
because of that, but what they're building, I mean, I think it's a good team.
They are making a lot of really good moves. They're signing the right players. They're retaining the right players. They seem to have a philosophy that they're going to stick with for a while. I understand what you're saying. There's a little momentum from the top down, trending in a very good direction.
Yeah, I mean, your GM is a guy that worked under Les Snead with the Rams and Brad Holmes, and just moved over to Detroit a couple of years ago. And I think him and Dan Campbell together have done a really, really good job of assembling this roster and building for the future, especially with the deal they did with the Rams.
All right, a little NFL conversation there. Back to basketball in just a second. Part of our show is being brought to you today by our friends right there with Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. How many of you are in the bracket challenge to win Chuck's Bucks? We appreciate all of you. That got us up to a huge number in that bracket challenge. At some point later today, can we screenshot Lunsford, the leaderboard, as the day begins here? Maybe in the next segment, let's screenshot the leaderboard and or bring it up live, whatever we want to do. I'd love to see some of the names that are floating around the top of our bracket challenge. I saw on the ESPN brackets that brackets were down to 0.003%. the number of ones that were still perfect.
Well, kind of hard to thread the needle of having both Furman and Princeton winning yesterday.
It really was.
It's a lot to ask.
It really was. So I'd love to see if anybody in our bracket is still what is it, 16-0?
Yeah, there's no way.
16-0.
I bet somebody's 15-1 because I think a lot of people had Furman. I would venture to say nobody in our bracket challenge has got
said 14-2 is the highest.
14-2. So Forrester and everybody like Forrester is leading the way on the bracket challenge over there.
Did you guys see Forrester's hot take on me?
No.
He thinks that I'm trying to lose the bracket challenge. You
To
really
do a
think-
country song?
You think I want to write a country song, perform one?
Forrester's like my wife. They think you have the easiest one.
Oh my gosh, it is by far the most difficult. It's not even
Why
close.
do you think he wants to do this, Forrester?
Oh, I think he's really he wants to be a country star.
You think he's embraced the
my
country music like
gosh.
3 nights in Nashville?
If I could just lip sync and then live the lifestyle of a country music star, I'm all in. This will be so embarrassing for me. It will be so much work. I don't have time to do this. And I cannot believe Maggie thinks this is the easiest.
Easy by far, she says.
Oh, my God.
But
What she think is the hardest?
Well, she thinks mine is.
Oh, that's odd.
But let's be fair.
No, she's
she
just
has
embarrassed.
She has to see this body without clothes on all the time. So
that's
she
like-
knows what's about to happen.
Like my friends are about to see Dunaway naked.
Ish. Yes.
Ish. I'm not going to propose nudity, Lance. Maybe partial.
Ish. So is that the leader, Charles Mountain? Or was that Charles Barkley? The green right there. Charles Barkley.
That's Charles Barkley.
What is it?
That's Barkley's pick?
Yeah, he got 12 right. Oh, Barkley.
Oh,
Yeah.
Barkley's with me, 12-4.
Yeah, Barkley's ahead of me.
Yeah. There's all the 14. Gosh, look at all the 14-2s that are there.
How far does 14 go down?
A long way.
Not that far, though.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Not that far. So 30 people.
That gets you in the
are
top
in the league.
Yeah, in the top 30.
14-2. Forrester, did you enter in the Final Four one?
Yeah, if Rocky will scroll up just a little bit, you see the one with all the emojis on it.
Oh,
my balls was hot.
I
understand.
Let's see if we can figure out. Do y'all have different usernames like that?
I do, but mine is only on the ESPN one.
Oh, mine is the real Jim Dunaway.
See if you can find mine, Rocky, in the 12-4 category.
I bet there's a lot of 12 and 4s.
Yeah, 12 and 4 is going to be a popular number. Do you have emojis in yours?
In fact, 12 and 4s may.
Why don't you just tell us what it is, Lance?
Why don't you just
I just
tell
want
us?
you guys to come across it.
Well, it's
LT.
Going
Do you know
to
how many
take a
12s that are
minute.
gonna
There's going to be a lot of 12
Hey,
and
there's
4s.
Charles Barkley. We just came across his.
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, it was right there at the top. Yeah.
I'll tell you when I see mine.
Okay.
Okay.
This is intriguing.
Oh, never mind.
I'm
Hey,
behind-
Rocky, you're 12-4.
I'm just behind Strugglesville.
Oh, you got Purdue in the Final Four. In Arizona.
Yeah.
That
I'm
took a
telling
little
you,
hit.
it takes me less than 2.5 minutes to fill out my bracket.
Okay, let's do this to try to make it at least time consuming.
No,
here.
I'm not worried about
while
it.
you
Not worried
look, will you at least tell us about Redmond Vodka?
Yeah. I'll tell you about Redmond Vodka.
All right.
Locally owned and operated. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
That is not yours, is it? Throat Daddy?
No, hell
Okay.
no.
That's my friend.
Oh, that's your friend?
I'm seeing what Lunsford has a guess. What did you say, 394? Scrolling.
A lot of 12 and 4s.
Hell.
Well, I mean, 12 and 4 is a pretty popular thing to do.
Is it this guy?
Country music singer?
It is.
Ah, look at LT. I already called it.
Yeah,
shot.
Columbo.
This is Forrester's onto this, aren't you?
Yep. Country music singer.
Knew it.
All right, top of the hour here. When we come back, Andy Kennedy's part of the next hour. So too is Trash. And we tip off day 2 of the NCAA tournament. All that is coming up right here on the next round, which is being brought to you in part by the wonderful folks at Bud Light. Thank you so much. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. We're back in a moment on TNR. Let's have some green Bud Light. What do you say?
Right.
Yeah!
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Tight shot.
Green beer.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. It's officially Bud Light Hour.
I got to get out of this week. I really do.
From Nashville to St. Patrick's Day was a little much for you?
From Florida to Nashville.
That's true. Good
St.
boy.
Patrick's.
Yep. And maybe
y'all have fun in Louisville.
Maybe to Louisville or Kansas City.
I'm not going.
It's for the show, Lance. Rockstar's for the show. He's got to go.
Thank you to our friends at Bud Light.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Green beer time. Little T not with us today. She's out of town on a bachelorette party. She's ready to get out of this one too. Yeah. How hard did Little T go yesterday down there with our friends at Redmont?
She went hard,
and then went to the Auburn game.
Yeah, and she had 3 beers at the Auburn game. Little T, what would y'all guess? You never guess a girl's weight.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on the answer to this question.
I would say she's 95 pounds.
Yeah,
I'd say like probably right at 100.
She's very light.
104 for me.
Okay.
But she can literally, and I'm not saying this for a fact, she could drink you under the table.
Oh, there is no doubt. In fact, she did yesterday. There's no doubt.
Yeah, I guarantee she's already partying right now in Charleston.
I don't think she stopped. Her wake up from her house to the airport was 3 a.m.
You should have seen how excited she was to get in the game last night.
She was hitting me back. She was like, I wish I could go back and relive yesterday.
That's what she said to me. Yep.
Yeah.
I wish
all
today
my Auburn fans, being around all these sports people, that atmosphere. And look, this is her best friend, Sydney, that is getting married, which is Reed's. Is it his niece-in-law?
Yeah, something like that.
It's something like that.
It's family.
Yeah, it's family. Yeah, and Sydney's awesome. So it was just bad timing. But I think at this point it's kind of 50-50 if she'd rather be in Charleston or
she
at
said
tomorrow.
last night, deep into the day of having fun, I was up there with her and her dad and her sister, and she's like, I'm seriously thinking, and Auburn was draining threes at that point. She goes, I'm seriously thinking about when my alarm goes off at 3, texting my friends, I woke up with a fever and a cough and I can't make it, just so I can be at Legacy Arena to watch Auburn. She's that big of an Auburn fan.
I am fascinated to see this crowd breakdown on Saturday.
Me too.
Because before the times were announced last night, I was talking to some of the organizers there with the SEC and all that, and some people that had followed the ticket sales. So let me just do a quick crash course on how this works if you've never bought an NCAA tournament ticket. There were 3 sessions in Birmingham. You could buy the early session or late session yesterday, and then the Saturday session, or you can buy an all-session book, which just gives you everything, right? And they told me in their tracking that there had been a lot of local purchases of the all-session book. Just people that are, hey, I live in Birmingham, and they assumed Alabama fans thinking we're going to be the 1 seed in Birmingham.
If we're a 1 seed, we'll be in Birmingham.
Right. So a lot of the all-session books had gone, and you saw where a lot of Alabama fans were sitting yesterday, Auburn fans were sitting last night, which told you a lot of Alabama fans unloaded that second session to Auburn fans, which made a lot of sense, right?
You can make a little money there.
That's right.
Basically pay for your all-session ticket.
There's only one ticket for Saturday.
You get both games.
You can't do that Saturday. You get both games Saturday. So before the times were announced, I was talking to some of the officials, and I was like, here's my guess. You tell me, based on your knowledge of ticket sales and kind of the way they went, if I'm wrong. It'll be 70% Alabama fans, 20% Auburn fans, and the other 10 – no, wait a minute. Is that right? 70, 20, 10? Yeah.
Yep.
70% Alabama fans, 20 – I never was good at math. 20% Auburn fans, and 10% split between Houston and Maryland. And they said, I think you're probably about right there.
Oh, I don't know. And I'll tell you –
But that was before times were announced.
That's who had the original ticket, would be 70, 20, 10, and 10.
I just ended up seeing as many Auburn fans yesterday as I saw.
No, but that's his
But
point.
that was in the second session, though. That's the problem. Is they bought a lot of those tickets from Alabama fans.
Three separate sessions, 3 separate tickets.
And Alabama fans aren't going to unload them because they're going to be in the same session this time. But
if they don't unload them, the price goes up. Auburn fans buy them, and
Right.
Alabama fans say, "Okay, I'll just watch it on CBS or TBS, and I will make a little money here."
But I do wonder if that 8:40 tip time will have some Alabama fans thinking, that is a late night, or I've got to drive from Mobile to get to this game, and I was going to come back home, and now I got to get a hotel room, or Huntsville, that's a long drive back home. I do wonder if that frees up some of the tickets with that 8:40 tip time.
Our buddy Jimmy.
Just being a capitalist, it will free it up. I don't think the tip time at 8:40, if you're an Alabama fan, that should not scare you off.
It'll affect some people.
The chance to make some money, that's a different thing.
You drive 15, 20 minutes downtown to go to the game. I mean, there are people you got to keep in mind that are coming from a lot of different places for this.
Jimmy, our buddy, who's a big Alabama fan, he just sent me, "Are you going tomorrow?" And he sent me thumbs down on tip time. And he said he's not sure if he's going.
It's not popular. I mean, I've had a lot of Alabama fans that are like, this is the one time I did not want, was this latest time.
So Jimmy, who has trekked to Tuscaloosa to watch every single regular season game.
Yeah, this makes no sense what he's about to say, by the way.
Every single regular season game is not going to go to one in his town at 8:40 at night because it tips at 8:40? In the NCAA tournament?
Again, that does not make sense what Dunaway's saying.
No, I get that. But let me ask you guys this because I don't know the answer.
By the
I
way, he stayed on the bench in a 20-point blowout of Ole Miss just to make sure Alabama covered in Tuscaloosa.
Well, that was the important thing.
Yeah. One time. I even texted him. I said, "Why are you still there?" And he's like, "Not leaving until the cover's in the bag." I was like,
Riley over there, buddy Jimmy that buys every team in Calcutta. That's him. That is 1,000% him. So on the old tickets, once it was torn, you couldn't pass out.
I don't think you. I think it's
because if you could work it.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah, and you share sessions.
Jeff.
I don't think there's a pass out. No.
If it won't tip before 9, I don't care if it tips at midnight.
I'm telling you, it'll impact a lot of people.
This is the year.
It'll impact a lot of people. I mean, you can
got to go to church Sunday, Kevin.
Well, yeah, you do. You shouldn't give up church for this.
First of all, you don't have to go to church on Sunday. God forgives you when you don't have to go to church every Sunday.
Oh, that's great priorities, Jim.
No, you don't have to go to church every
Isn't your wife
Sunday.
a pastor? His wife is literally a pastor.
You don't have to go to church every Sunday.
I appreciate a wife of a pastor telling me that.
A wife of a pastor. That was not a mistake, my lad.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all are becoming bad influences on me. Brown's doing shots on a Tuesday. He did a shot in the 10 o'clock hour on a Tuesday. Little T, like yesterday, was a cluster F.
There needs to be some context to that. I had no voice. I was trying anything to clear up my throat.
He ended up doing 2 shots on
I
Tuesday.
did,
Did it work?
It did momentarily.
JD is a pastor. JD listens to our show from Huntsville. LT's punishment should be changed to gospel song instead of country song. You got to write a gospel song instead of a country song.
Or if you would just re-record "Drop Kick Me Jesus Through the Goalpost of Life," I'd count that.
Is that really a song?
It is really a song.
But I would love,
Short title.
JD, I'd love your feedback. I mean, God is everywhere all times. You don't have to be actually in the church building on Sunday to talk to God.
Can I have explicit lyrics in my gospel song?
That's generally frowned upon.
Just stick to country.
The gospel arena, yes.
So anyway, what I was going to say is Little T, we had the shit show yesterday. Technically, she was like, I can't handle this. It's time to start drinking. I thought she would go immediately with a Mick Ultra. She goes for Redmont vodka and gets that slam dunk drink. And she knocked out like 3 of those. Brown's doing shots. You're the one pushing for beer before noon.
She was calling it slam drunk before the day was over with.
I bet.
All right, so there you go. We got the table set for another big day. We tip in 7 minutes. This first game of the day. It is out of the gate a big one in our bracket challenge. It is 10 seed USC, 7 seed Michigan State. State's a 2.5 point favorite, which is a skinny number, which is why LT feels good because there's an Izzo factor here. There's a Michigan State name brand factor when it comes to March Madness. It's January, February, Izzo. You've heard all the sayings all the time. So I do feel a little worried that that this is going to be a USC win. But I am willing to take a state bet. I will take Michigan State and give you USC 2.5 so that you're all in on this.
Okay.
All right. So I've got State 2.5, minus 2.5 for a stake, and he's got USC. That's another New York Butcher Shop stake bet update. Thank you so much to our friends at New York Butcher Shop.
You truly believe the landmine is dead, don't you? Because I mean, if you
no, I mean it's been a good ride, and why not ride it until it's over with?
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You'll ride this into the mountain. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to flip. Hopefully it starts today.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Lacey says Bruce Pearl is starting to sound like Ted Lasso. Wants him to take the high road. A lot of people are going back to this bite last night. Rockstar, if you'll give me cut number 5. I mean, there were a lot of questions from the national media and the local folks about the crowd yesterday, last night. In Alabama, it was packed for Alabama too, but the Alabama fans were just not as energetic as the Auburn fans. I assume it's not because Auburn fans are just greater than Alabama fans.
I think opponent had a lot to do with it. Yeah.
Though I'm told that sometimes by Auburn people. But the Alabama fans, it was 1 versus 16. I mean, you're not going to sit there and scream your guts out because you think you're going to win anyway, which is, I think, part of the DNA of being an Alabama fan. You think you're going to win anyway. But the Auburn fans were loud and proud, and they were in tune, and they were screaming. You're laughing.
Because it's hard for you to be any more condescending in the setup of this than you have been as an Alabama
I was trying to get Forrester to moan or something.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
You know Forrester, because Alabama fans think they're going to win anyway, right, Forrester? Is that right?
Yeah, that's not news to me.
Forrester's a proud Auburn grad. But here's Bruce Pearl last night. A lot of people rolling their eyes at some of Bruce's comments last night.
Coach, you talked all week about the ability for this crowd to play a role in this. It sounded like Neville Arena in there tonight. What role did the crowd play in this game in the second half?
Well, I mean, it played a great role, but guys, this is Birmingham, Alabama. This is football country, and we dominate, and I'm really proud of that. But we look like a basketball state today. Alabama took care of their business today early on. They filled the building. Auburn played a really good team out of the Big Ten. And we played well, and we filled our building. And I think it makes a statement about basketball in the state of Auburn and the great job that people here in Birmingham did putting this tournament together.
See, I don't think that was intentional. I know a lot of people think Bruce.
Oh, you don't think it was intentional?
I do
the state
not.
Of Auburn?
I do not, because I mean, he doesn't even change his facial expression.
Right, stay with it. We got to play it again here.
I think we've known Bruce long enough and been around him long enough.
Yeah, I really didn't even notice.
Yeah, I think he would have at least smirked or something. I think it was. I'm not saying he's never used the phrase "state of Auburn," but I think in that context, it was just a slip of the tongue. I don't really think he was trying to take a shot at anybody.
A little bit more. One more time. Let me hear it.
What role did the crowd play in this game in the second half?
Well, I mean, it played a great role, but guys, this is Birmingham, Alabama. This is football country, and we dominate, and I'm really proud of that. But we look like a basketball state today. Alabama took care of their business today early on. They filled the building. Auburn played a really good team out of the Big Ten, and we played well, and we filled our building. And I think it makes a statement about basketball in the state of Auburn and the great job that people here in Birmingham did putting this tournament together.
I mean, there's just no smirk, no checkup, no nothing. I mean,
Forrester, though, when you hear state of Auburn, well, how does that? I saw that fist go up back there. How does that make you feel? State of Auburn.
I enjoyed it, but I did not find it. I don't think he did it as a slight to Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think he just slipped up. I don't even think he was like, I'm going to call it state of Auburn and just keep moving. I think it was a little bit of a slip up.
Like the state of the show.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it that way. I don't think that's what he meant either. I think he meant to say state of Alabama and just said state of Auburn.
Tell us about Manscaped, and then we'll get into the other team and Saturday's matchup with Auburn before we tip off some basketball today. Kelvin Sampson, what he said after the AAC tourney, and then what he said about last night about having to play here in the state of Auburn.
Because I told Forrester before the show, I was like, Fran McCaffrey disappointed me. I wanted him to go all in. He goes, don't worry. Kelvin Sampson picked up the slack. Yes. Hey, Manscaped Beard Hedger, guys. The Beard Hedger. I used it this morning. About 3 days a week, I like to trim the fuzz on my face here.
Humble brag?
Keep it nice and trimmed down. I really don't know how that could be a humble brag.
I used it this morning.
Is that what? How is it a humble brag?
That's what I'm saying. How is it?
Yeah, well, mine doesn't grow that fast.
Yeah, well, I'm a man. So I like to use it to keep it trimmed down. I don't want the big old bushy beard. Not judging anybody that does. If you want, Beard Hedger works for you too. Here's the thing I like most about it. The first day we unpacked it here, I looked at this right away. I had an old beard trimmer, and you would slide on the guards. If on a 2-guard, pop it off, slide it on. 3-guard, pop it off, slide it on. If you can pop it off easy, guess what else it can pop off? When you're shaving, then you gap your beard. It looks awful. You maybe have to shave it all off and start over. Manscaped's Beard Hedger doesn't do that. It's got a dial on it. I can do 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5. And the thing is locked in. It's never going to pop off. It is so easy to use, not constantly having to change the guards. And it does such a great job on my face. Titanium-coated T-blade. They've also got beard shampoo and conditioner in there, beard oil, beard balm when you order it. Don't forget all their other products as well. The lawnmower, if you want to take care of the undercarriage, there's no reason to use the same razor there as you do on your face. That just doesn't even make any sense. Also, the weed whacker. You want to take care of the nose and the ear hair and stuff like that, you can do that. It is brand new 2.0. They have made so many great strides with that one.
Yeah, and do that, by the way. I was talking to a guy yesterday.
Right.
And all I could look at was his nose hair.
Oh, no.
It wasn't me, was it?
Do you
I
think
struggle. I struggle. I mean, I do. I struggle. That shit, I mean, that stuff grows fast.
I mean, it's so quick when you just touch that to it.
Yeah.
And it knocks it out.
Well, thanks to our friends at Manscaped. I try to do that every other day now, but
that's a good idea, Jim.
I mean, it is a forest in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if you should be doing this, Reed.
It's like a community. I do think I'm the hairiest guy on the show, but not thanks to Manscaped. I'm slick as a whistle right now.
It's like a seal.
Hey,
he's already
half a beer.
He's already tipsy.
Half a green beer, man. Half a green beer.
All right.
Hang on. I got to do this real quick.
Okay.
This is called the call to action right here, Dunaway. We're gonna give you 20% off.
You have been wordy today.
I keep getting interrupted.
Wordy.
20% off and free shipping with code TNR. Manscaped.com, code TNR for the next round. 20% off, free shipping on any of your orders at manscaped.com when you use code TNR.
Matt says he's talking about state of the program, not like one of the 50 states. Thank you for that. Jay Mose agrees with that. Chris is, hey, I'm a huge Bama fan, dislike Auburn, really love BP, a little Bruce Pearl right there. All right, here we go. By the way, Houston, as James is pointing out, Kelvin Sampson doing all this bitching and moaning about having to play in Birmingham. Where's Final Four, Brown?
That's in Houston.
It's in Houston,
That's
Texas.
a big stadium.
It's in Houston, Texas. Well, you don't think they can put a lot of people
Oh, they
in there?
could. They could, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they put in their home joint? Like 8,500? I do.
Yeah, it is a small venue.
Yeah, it is a small venue. So I do wonder, like, if they get there, what the crowd's going to be like.
Cut 8 first, Rockstar. Kelvin Sampson setting up the soundbite here now. Kelvin Sampson back in the AAC tournament when they won this and then found out afterwards that they were going to have to play Auburn and Birmingham. This is what Kelvin Sampson had to say.
You saw your path in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah. Don't really remember. I don't remember the 8 and 9. Who's the 8 and 9 in our bracket? I don't know. Auburn. Where's that? Birmingham, right? So Auburn gets to play in Birmingham. Maybe we should have been a 9 seed.
Okay, that was then.
Now he probably lost.
Now he's had time to think about it. He's actually got to play Auburn now.
I'd be pissed.
Here's cut 9.
Yeah, he's seen the arena.
Here's cut 9. Last night, Kelvin Sampson, after winning their game, and now they definitely have to play Auburn, who beat Iowa, and it's definitely in Birmingham. He's actually in Birmingham now. Kevin, what'd you say?
You have any thoughts about having to play them in Birmingham? You probably, I don't know if you saw the crowd here today for the first game of the second session.
There's nothing we can do about it. So, Auburn's really good, but I think anybody that makes the NCAA tournament would like to be in their situation right now. But good for them. That's a great break. But
wow,
we got a lot more pressing matters to worry about than that. We got to go see how many healthy bodies we have right now. That's probably our most important thing right now.
That's good for them. That's a great break. Listen, I maintain this, and I may as well be shouting into the wall behind me right here. Alabama fans, benefits them most for Auburn to win this game. Would anybody argue that? Like if you're saying, all right, design your perfect bracket, Alabama, to win a national championship, do you think it helps them more if Houston wins or Auburn wins?
Long term, it helps you more if Auburn wins.
That's right. Now, I'm not saying that means you're going to face Auburn in the Final Four, but I am saying it means you're not going to face Houston in the Final Four.
Again, you want higher seeds going out.
That's right. So it benefits Alabama fans for Auburn to win this game. So in any other situation, say maybe like Iowa won last night, if Iowa had won that game last night, Houston would be playing a road game because every Alabama fan in there jumps on Iowa's back if they show up for the early game and would cheer hard for Iowa just to get a 1 seed out of the way. He actually catches a break that Auburn wins the game because even though it would benefit Alabama for Auburn to win this game, there are large numbers of Alabama fans that are like, I don't care. Yeah. I am not cheering for Auburn in anything for any reason.
Well, I would venture to say that from what I learned at the start of this segment that it wouldn't matter anyway because Alabama's, playing at 8:40 and Alabama fans aren't going to go to the game tomorrow because they're worried about it being at 8:40. I mean, come on, it's 8:40 on a Saturday night. We can stay awake, folks, until midnight. Don't worry about that. Get out to the game.
But you see what I'm saying, right?
100%.
I mean, I think he's overselling this, even talking about it.
Yeah, the Alabama fans will have a hard time cheering for Auburn in the arena. If it was Iowa and Houston, they'd be all in.
That's right. And Iowa was absolutely playing a road game last night. It was 100% a road game. And Fran McCaffrey, to his credit, was given 2 chances. You heard one of them. Given 2 chances in the postgame to bitch about it and absolutely took the high road. And I was very impressed with the way he answered the question. Did not complain about it one bit in the postgame last night. It was absolutely a road game for you. You were there, Dunaway. I'm not going to say it felt like Neville Arena, but it was not a home game.
No, in fact, it was more Auburn fans in there than they can get in Neville Arena. Not a shot, Forrester.
Not a shot at all, Forrester.
But small arena. Bigger one in Birmingham, in an Alabama town. Smaller arena, more Auburn fans got to see you play in person last night. bigger arena.
Do you feel like that's a shot, Scotty?
Not a shot, just factual.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a
No,
shot.
I mean,
Little bit of a
really.
shot.
I mean, there were 12,000 Auburn fans last night. How many people can you put in Neville?
9.
9?
I mean, that's what makes it.
3,000 more. I'll help you out with the math. 3,000 more Auburn
Thank you,
fans.
since you're an Auburn grad, Jim's going to help you with the math.
All right, having some fun.
Jimmy half beer.
Having some fun with Forrester back there. Hey, everybody's in the field of 32 now in the state, right? There you go. Alabama and Auburn advance, survive and advance. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy coming up in our next segment. His team gets a home game on Sunday in the second round of the NIT. Can't wait to talk to AK about that and everything else going on in the NCAA tournament.
He was at West Virginia, Maryland. He went watch Huggy Bear. We'll get a Maryland breakdown for the Bama game.
By the way, scoreboard update right now, Michigan State 9. USC 4. They go to the top of the third when we come back. Right here on the next round, being brought to you in part by our friends at Champy's. Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, Sterling. Ready to cater all your viewing parties all weekend long. Just go to champy'schicken.com. Champy'schicken.com. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy coming up. Everyone loves good Southern fried chicken. How about those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales? The poor boys and a lot more. Champy'schicken.com. Champy'schicken.com. Proud sponsors of the next round right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27, just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Greg from Pell City, Strom Restoration Roofing's in studio. We're still reliving that end of the game. Was it Furman? The Furman game?
Yeah, Furman,
the Furman
Virginia.
game,
Yeah.
Virginia, where they're up 67-63. Furman hits 2 free throws. 19 seconds left, inbound pass. They get the trap on the baseline. They definitely had a timeout. At some point, if you're just holding the ball, if you hold it 10 seconds, they get it back with 9 seconds. But he throws a bad pass, it gets picked off, and the guy hits a 3, and they win the game. And Greg just asked a good question. Do they have the possession error too?
I see. I don't remember. I mean, yesterday was pretty chaotic, and I was in and out. But I was watching on that possession. I don't know if they had the possession error or not. Tony Bennett's to blame too. I mean, he sees.
You can call timeout from the bench.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a player on the court to call it. You can call timeout from the bench too. Either way. So shame on Tony Bennett too. Crazy. Right now, USC on a little bit of a run. State has 11-9 lead in the first game of the day. Next one up is Kennesaw State and Xavier. And then we'll move on to UC Santa Barbara and Baylor. And then in the final game of the first session, a really good one, VCU and St. Mary's. We'll talk to Andy Kennedy in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends right there at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. They'll get you into the game, Brownie. I will tell you, though, if you're tuning in usually for trash in this segment, it'll come up in the next segment after we talk to AK.
Hey, so some early lines. We mentioned this. Tennessee catching 2.5 from Duke in the next round there. Arkansas catching 3.5 from Kansas. Auburn catching 5.5 from Houston. And Alabama, favored 7.5 in the late game over Maryland. Those are some lines from mybookie.ag, mybookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you go sign up at mybookie.ag. When you sign up and you use code next round, you get a deposit bonus, and that deposit bonus can reach $2,000, as much as $2,000 right there into your account. You can use it one time, and it is yours forever right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. I just gave you some of those games you can play, all the tournament games. USC, Michigan State going on right now. Could have played that one. Any of them right there at mybookie.ag, in addition to the Major League games coming up, NBA, UFC fights, the college football season, NFL, weekly blackjack tournaments. It's all right there. So if you're just trying to make a little more money or you just want to add some excitement to the game, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere with mybookie.ag, code next round.
Riley says, how many times is virginal style of play going to bite them in the butt before they change? Well, actually, it wasn't virginal style. It was they gave it up a little too easily there on the turnover. He misspelled Virginia.
The problem is he doesn't have NBA talent right now. When they won it all, they had Guy, they had Hunter. I mean, they had legit players.
Yeah, it's just I mean, it's a style that does feel like it eliminates your margin for error. I mean, you slow it down that much, you play that low scoring of a game, and you get sloppy with a little ball and have back-to-back turnovers. 4 points in a game like that is massive, and I'm not arguing with that style. It's won a national championship, but it does feel like it so reduces your margin for error that you end up in games like they played yesterday.
Here's what's happening today for Alabama and Auburn. Both will go through practices off-site and then at the Legacy Arena. Some walkthroughs, some film sessions. 2:20 to 3 o'clock, Alabama will meet the media. And then 3:10 to 3:50, Auburn will meet the media. And that's happening today. Same for Maryland and Houston. They'll have practices and walkthroughs on and off property and do some media outlets. But it's closed practices today. There's no open practices as we had on the Wednesday before the games. They closed the practice in between because a lot of X's and O's stuff has to be done, LT and Brownie. You have to, as I asked Nate Oates afterwards yesterday, you got, less than 48 hours. For them, it ended up being a little bit more than 48 hours to scout and come up with a game plan. And basically, it was all hands on deck, breaking down tapes and working on matchups and things like that. It's a nonstop tape evaluation for the coaching staff. It moves very quickly.
Yeah, and the good news is you already had that ready to go. You just have to unleash it on your team and add a little bit of information from the game they played earlier that day. The other good news is everybody's in the same boat. Maryland is having to rapidly get prepared for Alabama as well, and obviously you'd rather be rapidly getting ready for Maryland than rapidly getting ready for Alabama. So that's the advantage that you got this time of year.
All right. Is Rockstar calling AK or is
He
AK calling us?
Calling AK.
All right. It's 31 after now. Rockstar is going to jump on and call Andy Kennedy real quick, and we'll talk to him. here in just a second is about UAB's big game coming up. While we wait on that, this hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. A wonderful place for those tamales. Mississippi Delta recipe. We love those guys down there. Sterling also got his bracket ready to go. Go by there. Great place to watch the games this afternoon for lunch. If you're looking for a place with great TVs and everything, you can do that at champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Let's talk to AK, Coach Andy Kennedy with us. His team's about to practice for a second-round NIT game. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented each week by our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. What's up, Coach? How are you?
What's up, guys? I'm good, man. How are y'all?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. Before we get to your team, I know you were able, Coach Huggins came to see you guys play against Southern Miss in your first game. You returned the favor last night or yesterday afternoon, going down and watching them play against Maryland. And I love that. I know you guys are tight, and that had to be pretty cool to get to go to one another's games like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was, when I saw that West Virginia was coming to Birmingham, I was excited for Hugs. I liked the matchup. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. They lost a one-possession, gut-wrenching loss. But I was excited that he was in Birmingham. They actually came by and, practiced in our facility a couple of days. We got to hang out. And then I didn't think he would come to our game against Southern Miss on Tuesday night, but it was 2 days out and before they played. And he was gracious enough to come, he and along with his family. So I wanted to make sure I was there in support of him as well.
Hey, back to Tuesday night, your 28-point win over Southern Miss. How cool was it to be able to get 13 guys in the game?
It was cool, man. It was cool, for a while, and we haven't talked in a while, and that's on me based on our schedule in the conference tournament. But think about our run at the end. We got a gut punch. We played good basketball in rounds 1 and 2. We didn't play good in the finals. We get beat, deservedly so. FAU played outstanding. So my guys are disappointed. We travel back. We don't know what's next. I felt pretty confident we were going to play in the NIT, and I felt pretty confident that our metrics would put us in a position to be a top 4 seed, meaning we'd get a home game, and all those things came to fruition. Turn around and play on Tuesday night. We've got to regroup real quick mentally. Physically, we'd played 3 games in 3 days, which is tough, but mentally, we were so disappointed in the way that it ended. I was just trying to get my guys to rally, and for about 28 minutes of that game, it was a one-possession game. We were very, very sloppy, and I thought we were sluggish, but we started making some shots. We started attacking inside out. KJ Buffin maybe had his best night ever in the green and gold with 26 points and 12 rebounds, kind of led us, as you would hope your senior class does, and we ended up winning by 28, so it was great to get all the guys in the game.
Yeah, Andy Kennedy is with us. His interviews every week throughout the season has been brought to you by our friends at Legacy Credit Union. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of with our friends at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Watching that Conference USA championship game, Florida Atlantic seemed like they played their A-plus game in that. I get the feeling you will not be surprised if they beat Memphis tonight and maybe make a little run in this thing.
I think they're certainly capable. Day one in the NCAA tournament certainly did not disappoint, man. It's March Madness at its best, man. Great basketball games all across the nation. And, I think FAU, we played them 3 times. They beat us in a one-possession game at their place. We beat them 9 at ours, and then they kicked us in the championship game. We've got a very, very capable team. The size of Memphis's ability inside, I think, is going to be a little bit problematic for FAU. But their guards, Dusty plays 4 guys on the floor at all times that can stretch you to the 3, and they've got a 7-footer inside that can protect the goal. And when they're making shots, you need your best players to play their best on the biggest stages. And they had 2 kids that were first-team All-League, and John L. Davis and Elijah Martin. Those kids combined for 48, I think, and our whole team scored 56. So their primetime guys really, really stepped up, and they're going to need them to step up tonight against Memphis.
Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. While we're on that topic, you watched West Virginia and Maryland. Alabama gets Maryland next. From a coach's eye, what did you see from Maryland that Alabama has to deal with?
I think it's going to be a little difference in style of play. Maryland plays a little slower. They're a little more methodical. I was really impressed. I thought it was a difference in the game. The big kid they have inside, forgive me for not knowing his name, but I thought early in the game West Virginia was setting the tone. Maryland is an 8 seed coming out of the Big Ten. They played good teams before, so they know what it takes. I knew they were going to make a run, and West Virginia spurts at the end. But I thought the difference was Maryland's ability to score it in the paint. Alabama's long. They're athletic. I think they're going to play faster than maybe Maryland wants to play. But Maryland's got some guys inside that they're going to have to get established early to give themselves a chance, because I think the Tide's playing outstanding. You know, I didn't think, no disrespect to A&M Corpus Christi, but we all anticipated the number 1 overall seed in the tournament in Alabama advancing handily. But when your best player, Brandon Miller, who's been tremendous all season, when he does not even get a basket and you still win comfortably, again, it speaks to the quality of this Alabama team.
I'm sure you've watched Houston play multiple times, but Marcus Sasser, they're just a different team without him, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get healthy. I mean, you've probably had the groin injury before, but, you know, he only gets 14 minutes last night, and it just didn't look good when he was kind of limping off the court last night.
You know, I 100% agree. You know, they're a team that many people think are Final Four good, but I don't think anybody would say that without Marcus Sasser. He's their guy. He's the guy that makes plays for them. He's the guy that at the end of the clock's got to go and put the ball in the basket. Be a huge loss for Kelvin in Houston if he's not able to go. And I'm like you, I didn't see all of the game, but I did see enough to, when they took him out, it didn't look good. And as you said, he's been nursing this groin injury. These turns are quick. You know, he's got 48 hours. I'm sure, being the competitor that he is, he'll try. But there's nothing that you can do if you can't move laterally. I think it'd be a huge break for Auburn.
Yeah, and that's what happens, right, with the groin. You're okay running straight. It's side to side, right?
Yeah, the lateral movement and your inability to go east-west is a problem.
Yeah, Dr. Andy Kennedy with us right here on the next round. I set you up for that
doctor,
one.
But I have stayed at a Holiday Inn Express in the last 6 months.
Now, Moorhead and UAB gets a cool 2 o'clock Sunday game. I had a feeling you probably didn't think you would get the home game this weekend, but it happens, and that's what happens in tournament basketball. And just like anybody who, you know, like whoever's playing Furman or Princeton next in the NCAA tournament, you've got to make sure your guys know that this Moorhead team, just because they were not seated where Clemson was, they're a dangerous squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it. The 3 games in the conference tournament, traveling back, 1-day turn for Southern Miss. We gave them off on Wednesday. We came back and practiced yesterday. It's the first time we've kind of addressed what's happening next. And the reality is Moorhead State's in this tournament because they won their regular season championship. We played them last year. Now, they had John A. Broome, who obviously is doing great things for Auburn, but we're somewhat familiar with them. I've got great respect for their coach and the job that he does year in and year out. They're always at the top of their league. And you know, let's be honest, man, going into it, Clemson was one of the first 4 out. That's why they were a number 1 seed. We were fully anticipating. We were full steam ahead on prepping for Clemson. They played Wednesday night. As I'm watching the game in real time with Coach Huggins, by the way, I'm watching the game in real time, and I'm watching Clemson. And then all of a sudden, Moorhead State makes a little bit of a run, but the coach in me says, Clemson's going to find a way to win. That's who we're playing. We don't know what day it's going to be. Then all of a sudden, bam, bam, it's Moorhead. We find out when we're playing. They were gracious. The NIT, who's now owned by the NCAA, as you guys know, was gracious in giving us some latitude as to they wanted us to play Saturday, and we were like, please no, we've got something else going on in our city. Let's do it on Sunday if they would allow it, and thankfully they did. So gives our fans an opportunity to enjoy Saturday, Alabama and Auburn at Legacy, and then come watch the Blazers on Sunday.
Yep, 2 o'clock, Bartow Arena, UAB and Moorhead State in round 2 of the NIT. Before you go, I don't know how well you know Fran McCaffrey, if at all. He gave your program a very nice compliment last night. He was asked in the postgame just about Alabama and Auburn, and this is viewed as a football state. And he literally said, hey, don't forget UAB. That's a great program, too. And so I thought that was a very nice compliment. I don't even know how well you know him, Andy, but I thought it was a nice compliment for him to include you there.
Yeah, well, I do know Fran, and they practiced in our facility. They were in our practice facility. It's the first time I have seen him in quite some time. Back when I was at Ole Miss, and he was at Iowa. He's been at Iowa. He's done a tremendous job. We were both Nike schools, and back in those days, and I don't think they do this anymore when COVID kind of shut a lot of these things down, but they would do these coaches retreats, and they would fly us to some place, and it was kind of a spring break for coaches. And so Fran and I had found our way to the end of a bar or two.
He looks like a Scotch drinker to me.
Yeah, he's a little like us, all of the above.
Yeah. All right, good luck Sunday, AK. We look forward to talking to you after another Blazer win next week. Moorhead State at Bartow Arena, Sunday, 2 o'clock. We always appreciate the time, buddy.
Hey, thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, take care. Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
And they have brought you him and Jelly Walker all year long. Legacy is who you can depend on, and they've been proving it to the Birmingham and UAB community since 1955. Our great friends at Legacy Credit Union. Legacy Arena, the site of the next round, the round of 32, rolling out tomorrow. Again, those times, 6:10 for the Auburn-Houston game, 8:40 for Alabama and Maryland. Both games on TBS if you can not get a ticket. Remember, we trust our friends at ATIX as a ticket provider. Always jump in with those folks. When we come back, we'll do Trash Today. LT has that ready to go. That is next on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Before we get to our friends at Mortgage Right, I want to take a moment to celebrate with our friends at Wayne. Saw a couple of Wayne's guys at the game last night. I would imagine a lot of people were at the game last night. They were rolling in for the Auburn session last evening. They're celebrating 50 years at Wayne's, and they've been taking care of your home for a long time, whether it's your lawn, your termite protection, your pest protection, that mosquito service, which is a must. And right now, celebrating 50 years, they're still offering you $50 off all those plans if you use the promo code TNR. TNR stands for the Next Round. That's us. So use the promo code TNR, and you save $50 off all the services there at Wayne's, $50 off each one, so you can stack that up to save $100, $150. And that's not just for new customers. That's existing customers as well. So go to the website, callwaynes.com, or jump in 866-WAYNES1, 866-WAYNES1. Use that promo code TNR. And if you're already an existing customer, why would you not do that to save a little money? And if you're using some other company for pest or termite or lawn care services or mosquito services, make it Wayne's. It's the best company out there. Call Waynes.com. Call Waynes.com. Promo code TNR, 866-WAYNES1. We'll get to trash in just a second. But Xavier and Kennesaw State, Kennesaw State's first ever trip to the NCAA tournament. They are trailing right now 11-5 early in that game. Michigan State led by as many as 9. It's 26-19 over USC right now. They're at the 6-minute mark of the first half as they play in that region going on there in Columbus, Ohio. So those are the two games ongoing. We'll get back to all that and a lot more in our final hour. But right here, it is time for trash. And Rockstar hits the big button.
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let our friends, the experts at Mortgage Right, help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. Again, with Mortgage Right, no middleman, and you can trust your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Tiger King is back in the news.
Oh, the guy?
Yeah, Tiger King is throwing in his hat in the ring for president.
Of the U.S.?
Joseph Maldonado Passage,
Of
better
Tyson
known
Foods.
better known as Joe Exotic.
What's his actual name?
Joseph Maldonado Passage.
Huh.
It's a good change.
Yeah.
It's a good change.
I'd go with Joe Exotic myself.
Better
Okay,
known
good.
as Joe Exotic or Tiger King, is currently serving a 21-year federal sentence after being convicted on multiple charges. He said that's not going to let him stop from running for the nation's top office.
I think technically if you're convicted of a felony, by law you can't run for president.
I don't think you can either. Maldonado Passage, though, he launched a new campaign website with a personal message, quote, "Thank you for your interest in my campaign. Yes, I know I'm in federal prison, and you might think this is a joke, but it's not. It's my constitutional right to do this even from here. Now, so put aside that I'm gay, that I'm in prison for now, that I used drugs in the past, that I had more than one boyfriend at once, and that Carol hates my guts. This all has not a thing to do with me being able to be your voice." I mean, this guy's selling me. I don't know about you guys.
I mean, he's got my vote right now, Lance.
And he goes on to say
he's crossing a lot of lines.
Best thing you have going for you supporting me is that I'm used to fighting my whole life just to get by. I'm broke. They have taken everything from me, everything I've ever worked for, and it's time we take this country back.
I agree.
So he's calling for a revolution.
I think Joe Exotic can take it back.
Yeah. He is a good-looking fellow.
He'd be a great State of the Union.
He would throw his tea bags into the harbor.
Oh, my God. That guy.
How did he talk, Rockstar?
You know, I never got.
Did you not watch it?
No, I watched.
It's real nasally. I
I watched half of an episode. I was like, I couldn't get into it.
Yeah, I felt so dirty by the last episode. I can't believe I made it through that.
That
thing.
was, I think.
I remember Barkley cussing me for getting him on there.
But was it not? It was only was so popular because of the pandemic, right?
COVID, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing else to do.
Yep.
How about this headline? German man stabs friend 11 times following their argument in a sauna about the length of their penises.
It happens more than you think.
In a sauna.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little dark and.
Yeah, but at some point,
have you guys ever seen? I'm not even going to ask. Have you seen Eastern Promises?
Oh yes, great fight scene.
Yeah. So Viggo Mortensen is in a Russian shower or Russian bathhouse, whatever it's called. And so him and this dude both have blades, butt naked, fighting to the death. Vicious scene.
What are they fighting over, Rockstar? Because tape don't lie. Either you are or you aren't.
Sometimes you're short on a grower. Or
You know, it's so funny. I
could have been nervous, Jimmy.
I was hearing some debate, or there was some kind of poll on showers and growers the other day. Like, I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, here we go. 29-year-old man stabbed his 37-year-old friend after a drunken argument on April 3rd, 2022. Court in Germany has heard. The man and his brother-in-law, 39, met in the victim's house, and the three of them drank alcohol together and decided to go to the host sauna at 5 a.m. Now, the court told the German paper Bild am Sonntag, quote...
That was more Japanese, I think.
Sonntag at the end. Quote, all involved were already significantly drunk. One of the men poured beer over the sauna stones. Fight broke out between the host and the guest, which ended with a, quote, heated fight about the length of their penises. Third man separated them, left for the house in the neighborhood at 7:15 with his brother-in-law. 29-year-old who was reportedly unable to calm his anger about the fight returned 2 hours later. They had a mutual confrontation, they call it. He produced a knife, stabbed the victim 11 times. It seems a little excessive.
The biggest drop the mic moment was the third person who separated them with his extremely large penis.
I was going to say, he, like they stabbed him with a knife.
Rockstar, we already had the Florida women calls sugar daddy. Well, Tyler got us that.
I just love how she walked off and pushed an old man through a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And, like that was her drop the mic.
What was her name? Ashley Cream?
Yes.
There's some hockey player that's in trouble. I've only
saw that.
saw this piece of the story, but he was in some bar. You know, those hockey players are so young in the NHL, and I forget which team he plays for. Maybe the Flyers?
It's the son of the president of the Flyers.
Okay, it's the son of the president. So he doesn't play hockey.
No.
He's a punk. But he's standing at a bar with a buddy, and a lady has been taken out of her wheelchair.
I saw this video.
She has to, because
it's disgusting.
The bathroom is downstairs in this bar, so she is carried from her wheelchair down to the restroom to use the restroom while they are downstairs. He pushes the girl's wheelchair down the stairs,
after sitting
and it
in
crashes
Yeah,
and
after
breaks.
sits in it, acts like he's
and rolling around.
like he's going to take it in the bar, and they laugh
I would
at him.
assume somebody whipped his ass, right?
No, he just walked right in the bar.
Not on video. He went and
all
blended in.
All his friends laughed at him.
Oh, so I thought he was actually a player.
No,
when
he's
I saw
the son of that
Well,
guy.
I think what you're confusing, I think he's a college athlete somewhere. I think he was a college player.
Brown,
I'm
what do
hearing
you-
that.
Because I was hoping that in his next game, somebody was going to bloody his nose on the ice there and say that's for the girl in the wheelchair.
Hey, what did Brown turn on the bottom right here?
Well, it's where the games are coming on, Lance. It's TNT.
TNT.
You got to have all the game TVs.
Look at the collection of leprechauns.
It's
It's
St.
Charms.
Patty's Day, man.
Remember,
You
Charm
know the
used to
spirit?
come on at the house when we were doing the show from the basement.
I do. It was always during March Madness and the NBA playoffs. Lance would turn his TVs on and Charmed will be on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Only time you watch TNT.
Those
Don't know how they
leprechauns
did
are
so
trying to run away from the women. They did not want anything to do with them.
No, thank you.
That's how they talk.
They do. They got to be small and nasally.
We must get back to work.
Have you seen my drawing in Mobile?
Would you guys even try this during the dog days of summer? There's nothing like cracking an open ice cold adult beverage to beat the sweltering heat. If you're under the age of 21, the closest you can legally get to that is grabbing a refreshing popsicle. But what if you could get the best of both worlds? Coors Light is hoping to accomplish that. The property, Molson Coors, announced Tuesday it'll be releasing a new item that will bridge the gap between beer lovers and popsicle enjoyers. It's called the Coors Sickle.
I really thought of our friends at Kickin' It Coolers when I saw this story.
Now, the Coors Sickle is a non-alcoholic beer-flavored popsicle in a tube similar to Otter Pops. Popsicles will be on sale limited time to celebrate March Madness. The Coors Sickles will be sold in six-packs like their beer counterparts and will be released every weekday through March 24th.
Not my brand. Not my brand.
Not my brand either. Not my brand either. I think we all know what we're loyal to. I got rejected there, Greg.
LT's like freaking Roy Hobbs just hitting up in the lights.
That is trash. Brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. They do mortgages the right way. My ex just got a new house. She used Tanner and the guys at Mortgage Right. Smart move, right?
Smart move by her.
She let out Ladybird yesterday, too. Building.
It's been a great week for you.
Locally owned and operated. I couldn't get out of the place yesterday. Mortgage Right, standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR.
So, since you brought it up.
Can't wait to hear this.
You just brought it up.
Yeah.
Your ex went to your house and let your dog out while you stayed at the Southern, enjoying great cocktails from our great friends at Redmond Vodka.
I cut a deal for her. I told her I'd get some TVs hung if she would do it for me.
Okay, all right. Little capitalism there, a little trade.
Like that. You got to barter sometimes, right?
Great relationships. I mean, to still be such good friends after all these years.
She likes Rockstar better than me.
Oh,
Not even close.
But that was even.
It's not surprised at that one.
I think she likes my son better than me.
By the way,
yeah, that's true.
It was that way when y'all were married too. She liked Rockstar better than you back then too.
I don't know. She was a fan when we were married.
Top of the hour, one more hour to go. Oh, Michigan State's falling apart. 28-27, State leading USC.
Fight on,
2-23. Xavier and Kennesaw State in a battle, 20-15 at the 12:50 mark, with Xavier up 5 on Kennesaw State just outside of Atlanta. Between here and Atlanta, their first ever trip to the NCAA tournament. We'll keep you updated on madness this final hour right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations: Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmond Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we still got 4 downs to do this hour, but I need you to get your dry erase board.
Me?
Yep. And I want you to write on there. I want you to write buying or selling. We're going to run through some of yesterday's winners, and I want you to go buy or sell on some of those, okay? Let me get the die going in my new Bud Light here as we roll into another hour. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Tyler, Forster, Lunsford, Taylor Korn not here today, but she's still handling social media from afar. You can go follow us and like us everywhere at Next Round Live on social media and all of our platforms, including YouTube. Give us a thumbs up and subscribe there. We're 162 days away from the start of the college football season. Not a lot of college football going on. Alabama starts spring drills on Monday, but we are doing all March Madness all the time right now, and USC is leading Michigan State 34-32 as the first half winds down. It's been a really entertaining first half. Michigan State hits a little bunny jumper there to tie it up at intermission. It is 34-34. Buy and sell.
I'm buying.
You're buying USC?
Yeah.
I bought Michigan State,
You
and
did.
we're halfway through it, tied 34-34. I'll take that.
This is the worst looking green beer. Look at the difference in our coloring.
Well, did you add more dye?
I mean, that's.
I didn't add enough. I don't think yours is like.
You know what
Lance looks like a piss after you eat asparagus.
You know what mine is? Mine is
Shrek got into yours.
Yeah.
Mine's the river in Chicago.
Yeah, it is.
LT, yours is the creek in Alabaster, Buck Creek.
any day
I
of
don't
the
know
year.
what it is. But
Yeah.
I don't want to shit green, so I'm not going to put too much.
Yours
in there.
has yours got a little like fungal look to it.
It looks like my jacket, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. It's got a fungus. Are you sure it's not a beer from End of Times?
No.
You mean The Last of Us?
Last of Us?
How do you spell sell? S-E-L-L?
S-E-L-L.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, speaking of, since we're everywhere, I watched the entire first season of Last of Us. It's fantastic.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
you like
fantastic.
No,
fantastic.
I would put it in as far as like seasons of television. I'm not overhyping this. Like True Detective first season was the best ever. I think this is a top 5 season of television all time.
Oh, really good.
It's a good
really
show.
good.
And
Great
you know what's so funny about it? What I loved about it is there's not a bunch of, like it's a zombie-based thing with
Yeah,
the
it's
fungal
not-
infection, but you really never
Yeah,
see
there's not like a
zombies.
constant zombie attack scene. And the girl, whoever
She's going to win Best Actress on everything.
She is the show.
Yeah.
She's so good.
Yeah. Bella Ramsey.
Really,
You
really.
guys need to check it out. It's awesome.
Absolutely.
I'm buying The Last of Us.
Very
I'd
good.
like
How
it.
about we buy Woodhouse Day Spa right now? That's coming up here pretty soon. Our friends at Woodhouse Day Spa.
Yeah, look, this is a great place to go. Rocky got his wife a gift certificate from there back Christmas. And if you're just looking to treat somebody, Mother's Day, as Dunaway said, will be here before you know it. You need to get in and see Casey and the fine folks at Woodhouse Day Spa, located right here at the Summit Shopping Centers, voted the best day spa in Alabama since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Again, you can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services, gift cards, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit and tell them the next round sent you.
Okay, Princeton's the biggest story of yesterday. So Princeton versus Missouri now. Are you buying that Princeton can do it one more time against Missouri, or are you selling that Princeton can't do it against Missouri?
I'm going hard sell on Princeton. Sell stock now. You're getting it you're selling it at its height. Sell now. Missouri, who I didn't buy into. Missouri, by the way. You know what? I'm going to go buy. I'm going to buy Princeton. Yep. I'm buying Princeton. Yeah, I changed my mind.
Hey, it's wordy. It's been a wordy answer.
You keep interrupting.
Hey, you had no idea when you were gone. I don't know what's happened to their relationship.
Brown just bought and
It's
sold
so
his
strange.
answer.
No,
you
buy
bought
it.
and sold your answer.
But, hey, Scott, if you can come back to me here, if Jim will shut up,
Y'all
I'm
even talk
buying.
when you're breaking bread together anymore?
We had a great time at the game
Because you
together
can
last
tell
night.
relationships that are new and relationships that are old.
Oh,
in a
this
restaurant.
is an old relationship.
Yeah,
I mean,
20
there's
years.
no-
Start dressing alike.
20 years. So our pets start looking like each other.
It's just sometimes hard to tell. Like there are
Y'all sleep in
times.
separate beds yet?
for a while now.
Sleep, yes.
There are times like when Dunaway brings something up and you just say a few words and he does, okay. You know, and he's like, I was expecting more out of you. And then there are times when he brings something up and you start talking. He's like, my God, you're just talking too much. And I'm like, I don't know how to please you. Like,
that's the problem.
I know. I mean, just say at the start of the segment.
You're not filling it.
I'm selling their relationship. I am.
Just say at the start of the segment, hey, man, like 10-second answers here. If you want a 10-second answer, which one do you want?
Yeah, you are the point guard.
I'd like you to
I know
keep
you
it within
dribble
a
off your
minute.
foot a lot.
Okay, a minute.
60 seconds. 60
Didn't
seconds.
catch that. All right, here we go. 60 seconds. You timing me, Rockstar?
Yes.
Give me a countdown from 10. All right, here we go. I'm buying Princeton. Missouri, do not forget, falls into those 24 historic teams that have been into the NCAA tournament in Ken Pom top 10 in offensive efficiency, 100-plus in defensive efficiency. None of those teams, none of them, not one, has ever made the Sweet 16. Princeton upsets Missouri. I'm buying Princeton.
I, too, am buying Princeton. I mean, if you can...
Nope, you got sell.
Oh, okay. I am buying Princeton.
Stock market.
Yeah, we're back and forth. If you can go 4 of 25 behind the arc and you don't shoot a free throw until a minute left in the game and you still beat a team that has been ranked in the top 5 the majority of the season, I am buying Princeton. I like Missouri. I like Dennis Gates. Right. But they are way too inconsistent.
Selling. I'll take Missouri to advance on one more round at least there. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to buy. No, I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell. Yeah. Sorry, Brown. Didn't mean to do the impersonation there. Sell.
Such a go with it. Only smaller. Hey,
Sell for me. I don't think Princeton wins. Good for Missouri. They get to advance to the Sweet 16.
Did y'all happen to go to a sauna in Germany recently?
There'd be no argument there.
Kevin in the Volkswagen Automotive.
He talks about his junk all the time.
He really does, more than people's feet.
No,
and I got
it's
no
so small.
desire.
There's no way I'd win that argument.
Picture it didn't happen.
Hey, Kevin in the Volkswagen Automotive chat room says our cycles are synced now, right, Star?
They are. Dunaway's got a lot of cycles.
Trust me, I see him every day.
He's got a bicycle shop.
Well, I'm just glad you're back, Rockstar, and actually engaged in this segment.
Boom!
Get them all, Jimmy. Get them all.
Let's see. Who's the next one?
I don't know. Give me another one.
Brownie. Furman was the other big story yesterday. Furman now in San Diego State. You buying Furman or selling Furman?
Again, I'm going to buy Furman. I know it's easy just to think this was a one-time upset. Now, look, full disclosure, I got them losing in the bracket. But after watching them yesterday, I verified everything. I thought this is a good offensive team. It is a good offensive team. It's a problem for San Diego State.
I would agree. I am buying Furman, too. I mean, the Paladins love to shoot the three, and if they're on, watch out. And it's a team that's got a lot of confidence. I mean, they didn't play extremely well yesterday. I still don't know how they won that game.
I mean, the guy that won was 0 of his last 15 from beyond the arc, the game winner.
They fire up threes like they have no conscience.
Yeah,
I mean,
like they're Alabama.
Yeah, they shot 28 yesterday. They only made 10 of those, which really is not a bad percentage, but they shot 39% from the field and still beat Virginia.
I'm going to sell Furman. I'm going to go with San Diego State. Got the Mountain West first win in the tournament since 2018, by the way. And they've been a multiple bid league every year. 3 bids, 2 bids. And they had not won a tournament game since 2018. I will sell Furman there. All right, Auburn. Auburn makes it to play number 1 seed Houston. This is the one everyone in the country is now talking about. Maybe the first number 1 to go down is Houston. Are you buying or selling Auburn?
This is really, really hard. The reason everybody's talking about this, I'm going to join with Lance, too. I think I'm buying. The reason everybody's talking about this is the injuries for Houston. I mean, they are banged up in the backcourt, and Lance, that was going to be where their advantage was in the backcourt. And they're just so banged up. I guess I'm going to buy Auburn here.
Yeah, Jamal Sheed also is hurt.
Yeah.
So, I just don't know where they are injury-wise. I'm buying Auburn. They're only getting 5.5. I think it's a value. How about this? Play Auburn money line tomorrow.
Oh, wow. To win straight up.
What do you think? What's that money line?
That money line will be like plus 240 maybe.
Yeah.
No, not even that. Plus 190 probably.
I'm going to sell Auburn here. I think Houston wins the game. Now, though I'm concerned about Marcus Sasser, I just think this Houston team is going to defend Auburn better than what Iowa did yesterday. And I think Houston locks them down defensively, and Auburn does not shoot as well as they did last night. I mean, they hit 18 of their first 20 points in the second half were 6 threes. They were raining them in last night. I think the Houston defense makes the difference. I will sell on Auburn in this next round.
Plus 198 on that money line, Lance.
Yeah. So that was close. Again, that Houston defense can win games outright.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge, though. It'll be a challenge. We'll see what they'll do, and if the crowd is as pro-Auburn as it was yesterday.
I heard it put this way last night by someone within the Auburn family. That team's going to try to punk us. That's the word they use. And I think it's a pretty good word there. They're going to try to punk us. I mean, Houston's going to play a physical game and try to get Auburn off their runs, and it's going to be up to Wendell Green and K.D. Johnson and, Flanagan and Trey Donaldson, if he continues to play like that, to avoid that happening.
Yeah, I would tell you that
Well, how good was Trey Donaldson last night?
He was really good.
Yeah.
He was really good. Six players in double figures. I would tell you that the way this game is officiated also will be really big.
I don't think there's any doubt.
If they let Houston be as physical as, say, Tennessee was in Knoxville
Against Auburn, yeah.
Yeah, against Auburn, then that's not advantage Auburn in that situation. They need some more whistles to be blown in that case. For some people, Penn State was an upset yesterday, but not for me. Penn State and Texas. Penn State and Texas. You buying Penn State?
I'm selling Penn State. I actually had A&M winning the game, so I missed that one. Rodney Terry, he's got this Texas team playing really good basketball in a tough situation for him. I guess trying to earn that job. I'm selling, and I think Texas goes to the Sweet 16.
This is tough. I'm going to sell because I think Texas is much more physical, much more athletic. But back to Furman throwing up threes. Penn State can hit the perimeter shot. Yeah, and this is why I liked them yesterday against A&M, and I took them. And 13 of 22 yesterday.
Maybe not as many threes as some of the teams in the country, but they're the most efficient three-point shooting team. They make more than anybody else. But I'm going to sell them tomorrow. I think this Texas team actually could win the whole shooting match. They could be national.
They could. There's no doubt.
They could be national champions before it's all said and done. Are you buying or selling Maryland after their win over West Virginia?
I'm selling. Their run's about to come to an end.
Well, they're playing the wrong one.
They are playing the wrong one. Now, Maryland maybe could beat a banged-up Houston team if they were flipped in this bracket. Maybe they could beat Purdue. Don't think they could beat Kansas, and I don't think they could beat Alabama.
Yeah,
selling as well.
Yeah, I'm selling. But I will, again, Kevin Willard's a really good coach. I mean, you saw what he did at Seton Hall his first year at Maryland to get them to the tournament, to be down double digits. They grinded their way back and ultimately win that game.
If I'm Kevin Willard, I wish Brandon Miller had scored 35 yesterday. I don't care what it meant for Corpus Christi. I just wish Brandon Miller had scored 35.
I was telling a couple of Bama fans, I think it's best if Alabama just plays kind of average these two games, and then they flip the switch like they did in Nashville.
Well, Brandon Miller is a storyline because Sasser's obviously injured. I don't know how injured Brandon Miller is. It would be interesting to see. I mean, as he keeps moving forward, or whether or not that is why he had 0 points yesterday.
And maybe it was just, like sometimes you get an injury and adrenaline takes over and you don't feel it. I'm told, I'm not a fine-tuned athlete. And then once you rest a little bit and it gets sore, in the South they call it something got stoved up, like my back stoved up. I've never known what that meant. Maybe that's what happened, but I mean, the injury was in Nashville, and Brandon Miller in that championship game against Texas A&M looked like Brandon Miller. I mean, there were no signs of injury.
Alabama Power bringing you this part of the show, and we've got three more of the buys and sells here. Our friends at Alabama Power.
Listen, Alabama Power wants to remind you it's easier than ever for you to pay your power bill. They offer digital wallet. You can choose to pay with any of the convenient options: Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. AlabamaPower.com/myaccount to get started. I was thinking about Alabama Power this morning because the bill had come last night for my next payment, and I just went and set it for that day. Now I don't even have to think about it, man. Like used to, I don't know if how you guys were growing up, but I hated to pay a bill early. I didn't want to give people money before it was there. So
I like knocking it out as quick as possible.
And I know people they would get it out of the mailbox, write the check, and mail it right away. Back when you wrote checks, no, I don't have to do that now.
I still do.
I know. Old school people do that. But like the power bill's due the 23rd. I just went and said it, pay the 23rd, man. So easy.
I had some people in my family, we waited until it was turned off.
I know. Yes. It's
time to go pay.
Right, sure. They were poor growing up.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was poor. Yeah.
We've got a buddy, his ex-wife used to pay the bills, and she would just forget sometimes. And like his water would just go off.
Well, that happened to us. My wife did that for a minute.
That'd be a deal breaker.
That's a bad one. My wife did that for a minute, and she set the power bill to paperless billing, thinking, we don't need a paper bill sitting around. Well, little did she know that's the way I remember to pay it. I'm not good with the non-paperless. And so we quit getting a bill from the power company. One day she's out working in the garden or the planting flowers or whatever in the spring. Power company pulls up, says, "Are you Miss Brown?" "I am." "Ma'am, I'm here to turn your power off." And she's like, "Whoa."
Well, it's very nice of you to come and tell me.
Yeah.
You never turned it off.
Well, time out now.
How the hell did you get through the gated community here?
That's concierge service right there.
Yeah. That's very nice.
He was very nice about it, and we paid the bill and kept the power on. Thank God.
So he didn't turn it off right then?
No, I mean she explained to him probably why. I think it was
white privilege.
What's the longest you guys were down on power, Dunaway?
Christmas?
Probably 2 days.
2 full days?
Not bad.
Yeah. 2 days. scrounge through some cushions, go pay the power bill.
Was it? It was kind of.
Did your old man ever scrounge through the couch to get?
No. I play this up a little too much. My mom and dad always provided for us. It was the hardworking people. They're fantastic.
Well, I heard this guy played at Alabama, and he was talking about being a struggling artist. And his song, again, these things are going to be so easy to write. Something about pocket change to buy cigarettes.
Forrester, there you go. He's dying.
Yeah, so easy to write.
He may not even have one song. He may do a whole album, Forrester.
Cut 3.
Yeah. I mean, don't be Morgan Wallen. Don't release 36 of them.
Some of the most ridiculous. There's a song called "Dick Down in Dallas." Have you heard it?
It's on a playlist.
It is not on your playlist.
It's on a playlist, yeah.
I don't even want to see it.
Rockstar does not come with video. Hey, so
it's on my golf playlist.
Are you going to
play on the golf course sometimes?
Are you going to try to actually make an effort to do this, or are you just going to make a mockery of country music?
Well, I mean,
no, I'll make an effort.
I mean, I don't want it to be a mockery of country music, but
guess who agreed to play guitar?
Morgan Wallen, by the way,
Taylor
releases 36 songs at a time. One of the better songs on his new album is called "The '98 Braves."
Yeah.
Where basically, thanks to the Padres, both this season and our relationship ended without a ring. We're the '98 Braves.
Well, that's not bad. I hadn't heard the song.
I mean, did anybody expect the '98 Braves to win a championship?
I don't remember. Right?
That sounds like a terrible song.
Was Bobby Cox their manager?
Yeah, did anybody expect them to write a song about it?
Yeah. I'll tell you this, though. I've got a guitarist. I was a little worried about that. So I'm building the band just in case. I've already cast a couple of people in the video.
I hope.
Y'all know the guitarist.
I bet you have.
I hope it's Crazy Ed from down at Alabama. What's his name?
Better.
No. Big Earl?
Big Earl, yeah.
Crazy Ed?
He's at fireworks.
Crazy Ed sells fireworks the 4th of July.
It's going crazy.
So is it...
They've played in studio here before.
It's Brother Kane.
Damon Johnson, I'll drive down to Birmingham.
Literally, David Johnson is playing with Leonard Skinner right now. You think he's going to go do Lance's video?
Should I say it? At least Lance would be an original member.
Wow.
Hey, so how many people have played guitar in here? Or have actually sung in here?
Rockstar.
Yep.
John Campbell.
I don't remember that one.
You're getting Brittany Decker.
Yep. Well, she came by to see you guys yesterday, and so we were talking, and I told her about the bracket challenge, and I was like, she said that she'd play guitar and do backup vocals.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an improvement. She's a musically talented person.
I know.
Would she help me and/or Brown with our punishments?
You're going to have to reach out. I don't know.
You first, Brown.
Well, mine's going to be a little awkward. I'm eating balls.
Can you help me? I don't know how to ask you this.
Just send the text. Just leave it at that. No context.
This is going to be an awkward question.
We'll go phonetically. Rockstar, I like the way you did that. Buy or sell, brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power right here. So Northwestern and UCLA, you buying Northwestern to maybe pull the upset after the win?
They will get run out of the gym.
I had them lose it yesterday.
I did too. But
they will get beat down in Dallas?
Yeah. They sure will.
Yeah, hard sell on them.
Okay, 2 SEC teams to wrap it up here. Tennessee and Duke. Tennessee not playing with Ziegler. He's obviously hurt. Tennessee and Duke, you buying or selling Tennessee?
I'm selling. I think they like to play that style when they can play it by choice. I just think they're Lance forced into it.
Again, I'm going to buy.
You're going to buy?
Yeah, I know Tennessee's struggling right now, but I think they can play, that methodical, grind it down, game in the 50s.
And the last one, and I think they have decided, is this a primetime game tomorrow, Arkansas and Kansas?
Give me a second. I only looked at our games.
I mean, to me, that is the most, Auburn and Houston, Arkansas, Kansas.
Kansas.
Those are some really intriguing one seeds and tough battles.
4-15.
You got to tell me that number. I would think Kansas is 4.5, but I haven't seen it yet.
Are you buying or selling Arkansas?
Let me see this number.
You want the number before you buy or sell. Arkansas at mybookie.ag is 3.5. They're catching 3.5.
I am buying Arkansas.
You're buying Arkansas?
I said, well, buy.
Hey, I'm going to sell Arkansas.
Boy, I will tell you, where do you guys have Kansas? I got Kansas playing for the national championship.
I got them playing Alabama for the national championship.
What about you, Don?
I got them losing to UConn after they beat Arkansas.
Oh, man. I will tell you, Arkansas is going to win this game. And
it's going to be advantage me?
Yeah. If USC loses today, Arkansas, I'm going to have 2 Final Fours done before Sweet 16.
He's almost begging for it now, Forrester. He's almost begging for it now.
Oh, I'm convinced. He's throwing it.
I think
He's
I think
throwing
you're
the game.
exactly right.
I've thrown it putting Kansas in the Final Four.
Oh, that's not the one. The USC in the Final Four. That's you.
Yeah, that was.
Who do you have coming out of that region? Duke?
I do.
Well, everybody does.
Yeah, I've got Duke.
They're a 5 seed.
No,
I
that's
don't know how everybody-
That's the Yukon region. I've got Yukon coming out of the Kansas region.
So what he did, Scott.
No, I was talking about the USC region.
Oh, I've got Duke. Yeah.
What he did, Scott, was he's like, I can do it this way. People know I'm a USC football fan, so it won't be as obvious if I pick them.
Again, I really don't care about USC basketball.
We'll knock 4 downs
Who
out
does?
coming up in a bit as well, and more on what's going on. But a quick scoreboard update. At the half, it is USC and Michigan State 34-34 here at the half. And then right now in the first half, it is 34-34 as well. Kennesaw State and Xavier.
Kennesaw's hung with them, man.
They have, Brown, because it's 34-34 in the first half. Kennesaw State's actually led the game in their first NCAA tournament appearance
Kennesaw
there.
State's got it even Stevens. They're hanging around.
That's the other thing he does is when you try to add to the conversation, sometimes he's just a complete smart ass.
Well, you're not really adding anything. I've just said it's 34-34, and you said they've hung with them. It's 34-34.
I can't believe what Forrester has started.
What, people agree with him that you're throwing this thing.
Call that a little Forrester fire.
Precision Sports gets you back into the game, LT.
I can't win.
Forrester Fire would be a good country music song.
Yeah,
Make
hey,
that one of the 12 you've already planned out.
Contact your favorite provider, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedic. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder, putting stuff in the attic. Maybe you hurt the knee getting up from the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, back with you on the next round. We're about to get to 4 downs that LT has for us right now. They're starting the second half of USC Michigan State. You guys can walk on. It's fine. Unless you're on some witness protection or something. Studio guest.
Drinking green beer.
What would that sound like, Rockstar, again?
I was drinking green beer.
I need LT to...
I can't believe that Forster's starting.
You're not on microphone. Nobody can hear you.
He's
But
all
come over
beat
here.
up. Everybody thinks he's faking this.
We got some comments that Lunsford is going to read to us from the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, brought to you by the great folks at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, who's about to also bring you this wonderful 4 downs we're going to do. But put your earbuds in so Lunsford can jump in.
It's like a child.
All right, Lunsford, what you got, man?
Oh, I'm sorry, everybody's waiting on me.
I just love how Jim's like, hey, you get to be the ass instead today. I don't know why I'm reading these, but Daniel said Forester Fire, the new Redmont vodka, cinnamon flavored spirit.
Oh, yeah, the Forester
that's
Fire.
pretty good.
Can they put some labels on that?
Can we do one for every member of the show? I mean, I'm the Brown Bandit. I don't know what that is.
No, I think Eleanor would do that for us. I will tell you, I'll tell you guys off mic, our friends at Bud Light have got an incredible idea for the fall.
For us?
Fantastic.
Yeah, and it's something really custom.
Yeah?
It's going to be awesome.
All right. I'm
Before
interested now.
Before the chat room jumps in, does it involve us going to the floor, Bama?
Yes,
I mean,
probably does.
We had that conversation yesterday. I told him, I was like, I'm so pissed these guys get to go back in May, and I'm going to be out of town.
Yeah. We got Brown and I
got to go to a women's volleyball tournament.
Women's beach volleyball tournament. Beer and women in bikinis.
Yeah.
Damn it.
The Forester
go?
Fire, the Rockstar, on the rag.
Yeah.
We got a lot of
yeah. Just the tip. Yeah.
Jesus. On the rag. I haven't heard that since high school, maybe.
It's an old comment.
Yeah.
Of course. It's coming from G. Golly Wigs over here.
Well, you hated getting that news on the weekend.
What else do we have in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive?
I don't even remember. Oh, Samuel said I wasn't going to bring it up, but I saw LT at Guitar Center yesterday.
No, LT.
What are you doing at Guitar Center?
Yeah, March Madness.
Did you buy a guitar?
I've got like thousands of witnesses that saw me drinking all day in Uptown. I went to Guitar Center.
That's the greatest alibi of all time. Your Honor, I've got thousands of witnesses that saw me drinking all day.
I've got one in studio right now.
Oh, my goodness.
And by the way, I've already recruited my guitarist.
I mean, you can have 2 guitarists. Every good band does.
No, Rockstar, you play country, right?
I have before, but I don't think I'm allowed to
Participate. No.
Wait, why? Why can't he just play
He's
backup?
a member of the jury. I don't really care. Rockstar can do it. I just need to know, Rockstar, you got to be honest with us that he doesn't make you do all the work.
Well, that's what I was worried about is recording
Well,
it.
yeah.
We're actually
Who is going to record? Yeah, I've got to record it.
That's going to be a problem.
I'm not really worried about it because USC is about to dominate the second half.
All right, 38-38.
38-38 right now.
It's a close one right now, guys.
They're hanging in there. Jim, I'd already
said
said 38-38. You didn't have to repeat it.
I was in process of starting to say it when you said it. And you know me, I'm old. I can't stop it once it starts going. Lunsford, any more in the chat room?
I don't know. It's all gone away at this point.
Who took my beer?
I don't know.
Brown?
I don't have your beer.
Your belly, probably.
Yeah. Brown probably spilled it.
All right. Let's do this 4 downs. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire.
Are you losing your mind?
No, I've lost my beer. I know that.
Is my green coloring better this time?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Truthfully, it looks a lot like my beer.
Looks like something
No, I just made that one.
It's like something train spilled in Ohio, but
if you're heading somewhere, a dead battery's not going to get you there. Before your next road trip, make sure you take your vehicle down, see our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across the Birmingham area. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Great point, Bob. From the way you guys have been talking, did a little T steal my beer?
She's out of town. Not a suspect.
She'd be suspect number one if she was here.
You know, she's still at that age where they keep up with how many they've had.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm going to send the text here in a minute and just see what.
It is 1:30 Eastern.
I'm going to put the over/under at 4.5.
What age is it when you quit keeping up with what you had?
Oh, I don't know. I know what. I mean, she's only 22, 23.
She's 23, I think. And when are we stopping? Are we starting today at midnight last night?
No. Well, I mean, I think she was in the rack at midnight.
I don't think she went to sleep because her trip to the airport was 3 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah, she sent us a text in the group text at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah,
I saw it when I woke up this morning.
Flights this early are insane was the quote I had.
Yeah, I'm going to go 4.5 over/under, though, and I'm going to slightly take the under. I think she's on 4.
I'm going to take the under that she's been asleep a little bit. So I'm under 4.5 as well. But 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires. Let's do that first down. LT, this is you.
First number 1 seed to go down.
Is it a question?
It is a question.
Okay. Yeah. The first number 1 seed to go down.
It's a statement, but odd. Vague.
This crew today.
I love Fridays.
I am going to say the first number 1 seed to go down is. I'm scared about Alabama and Maryland, but I'm going to take Kansas, Arkansas over Kansas.
I'm going to stick with my initial gut and say Purdue. I'm still going to say everybody survives, and Purdue is your first 1 seed to go down.
You bought Auburn earlier.
I did, but I mean,
I think 2 are going down tomorrow. And Houston and Auburn play before Arkansas and Kansas, right? Mother of.
Ask your question again. I mean, Lance, there are 15 minutes to go in this game, man.
Thought it was going to go the other way.
Oh.
I'm going to take Houston, first number 1 seed going down.
Second down.
Next, number 2 to go down. Number 2 seed.
We've already had 1, so there's only 3 left, correct?
Yep.
Hold on, 1, 2, 3. There's 4.
Well, who are they? UCLA?
Texas, Arizona's gone, UCLA, and Marquette.
Marquette.
I think I'll go Marquette as well.
I'm going to go Marquette because USC is going to get them.
Are they?
I actually have them, all 3 of the 2s that are left, I have them making it out to the Elite 8, though.
Third down.
Ours, we like to call that chalk.
Third down.
Rob Lowe is 59 years old.
Is he really?
We can only all hope that we look that good at 59.
He looks like he's 36.
Yeah, he really does.
He does. He's taking good care of himself, hasn't he?
Better career, weird question here. Rob Lowe or Jim Kelly?
You know, Jim Kelly, unfortunately, he was an NFL Hall of Fame quarterback, obviously. 4 straight AFC championships, but you don't ever remember 4 straight AFC championships. What do you remember?
4 Super Bowl losses.
4 straight Super Bowl losses.
But anytime we mention Jim Kelly, we always say he won 4 straight AFC championships, but he lost 4 Super Bowls. Nobody ever remembers the AFC championships. When, in a sense, we do remember those. We just have to bring them up.
I don't know what we do with Rob Lowe that would be the equivalent of that, though.
Well,
Rob Lowe did blank, but also
all
blank.
I would say is Rob Lowe is, for a generation, kind of an iconic guy. Yeah. From the outsiders, I mean, his range it's underrated because he's such a good-looking dude. But if you ever saw, what was the movie with James Spader where he played the bad guy? You know what I'm talking about? Pretty good movie.
Face Off?
No, it wasn't Face Off.
But the career he had with Tommy Boy to be in West Wing and to be in Parks and Rec.
Yeah, that's the thing. And also, he was in West Wing, right?
He was great, and he was Sam Seaborn. He wasn't just in West Wing. He was Sam Seaborn.
Was he your favorite character? No, you probably liked Bradley Whitford.
Nope, I was a Sam Seaborn guy.
Bad influence, yeah. Eddie's right, bad influence. But he plays a villain unbelievably.
He was good in Tommy Boy, too. He was the uncomfortable son making out with the mom, right?
Yeah, and he's the only guy I've ever seen just wear an NFL cap. I'm going Rob Lowe.
I'll go Rob Lowe, too.
Because he was Billy, and you like the saxophonist, right?
Oh, St. Elmo's Fire. Billy, play that saxophone.
If you had told me...
Back then, if I could have been Billy, you could have cut off that digit.
If you had told me your favorite character from West Wing, I would have guessed...
you just guessed Josh.
I guess Bradley Whitford.
Yeah.
And the other one, I cannot say the actor's name.
Well, obviously...
Martin Sheen?
No, he's the lead.
I never saw.
How about the character?
I didn't watch the show.
What was the
old guy?
What was the press secretary's?
Yeah, you're talking.
His name's on the tip of my tongue. Spencer. John Spencer. Was that
John Spencer?
Yeah.
Yeah, he played not Leroy.
Chief of staff.
How many Leroys
Leroy,
do you have
get the
to
media in here.
Chief of staff.
President's got something he gonna say.
Leroy.
Leroy Jenkins. Go ahead, Rush. I don't know.
4th down.
This is also hard to believe. Kurt Russell is 72 years old today. If I asked you guys your favorite Kurt Russell movie.
The computer wore tennis shoes.
No, I love
Overboard.
Breakdown. Overboard.
Overboard was great.
That was a good one.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's so good.
Hey, I got one right, by the way.
Well, no,
scoring back there. Overboard.
Captain
Correct.
Ron.
Yeah, you really did.
I
What's
did
that?
like Captain Ron. Is a very funny movie.
Captain-
Hey, Swab.
And he's another one of those guys that is very versatile because if you've seen Breakdown,
So sad. Breakdown was one of my favorites he's done.
yeah, Breakdown was really good.
Thank you guys, Leo McGarry.
Leo, that's it. Yeah.
The Hateful Eight, he was really good.
Oh, he was
My
really good.
personal favorite is The Thing. I don't know if you've ever seen
Yes.
it. 1982, John
With
Carpenter. It's one of the best sci-fi movies. of all time.
Tombstone
With a mustache-less Wilford Brimley.
Yep.
Captain Ron.
I mean, I don't think his best role was Tombstone. I would say the best movie he was in was Tombstone.
Forrester Tombstone Easy.
Oh,
Troy Tombstone.
I like Tombstone.
Bob Used Cars.
Used Cars was awesome.
Was that Robin Williams?
No, Used
That
Cars.
was, what's the football movie with Robin Williams?
That was the Best of Times.
Best of Times.
Used Cars was with a guy named Jack Warden, and that was really the only other actor that had any kind of track record.
Chris H. says The Thing. Oh, Sherry with an I. Big Trouble in Little China. Was he in Big Trouble in Little China?
He was.
I've
Jack
never seen
Burton.
it. Never seen
He's
it.
the lead character. It was a great film.
You never saw Big Trouble in Little China?
Well, I know
such
what
a
you're
good
doing
movie.
tonight. Got to get a girl with green eyes.
Escaping New York?
Escape.
Escape New York.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just
Escape
reading.
from New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, Snake Plissken.
Way to make me look bad in the teleprompter there, Craig. Yeah.
Christmas Chronicles was awful, Chris.
You know, it
I know
sounds
he was
so
kidding.
good. I can't believe it was bad.
Oh, it was awful. I mean, he gets arrested. I was watching it with Jack like 3 years ago.
Spoiler alert. Is he Santa?
He's Santa. He gets arrested, and the next thing he's like, he's got a band behind him, and they're playing like a number in the jail.
Oh, I like that. That's cool. That's reality right there.
Angela, one of our great female listeners, says Kurt also used to do all of those Disney movies as a kid.
The computer wore tennis shoes.
And he got drafted Major League Baseball.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did.
Is he still with Goldie Hawn?
He is still with Goldie Hawn. They've never gotten married.
That's crazy.
Oh, really? So they've just dated all these years?
I'll tell you, I mean, that's, well, I'm not going to, it's probably not good for me to bring up.
El Tigre, 3,000 miles to Graceland.
I mean, would you like to know the stuff that gets caught in Lance's filter?
Oh, I know
Like,
exactly what that one was. Hit the brakes quick. That is Vulcan Tires. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Locations all over Birmingham. Make sure you take your car by there. Get a look
Big
at
run, Michigan
anything.
State.
Bumper to bumper. Yeah. Right when I said this game was going to go one way,
I
it
noticed
goes the
that. It
other.
went the exact opposite.
Almost
Yeah.
like a landmine.
I know.
Almost. Look, find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle. Go to VulcanTireandAuto.com. And if you're in one of those great locations, tell them the next round sent you.
Okay, 2 more segments. Quick break here. Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Back with you on the next round. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. If you're looking for the ring or like a good timepiece to pass down to your son or maybe to give as a, groomsman gift if you're getting married this summer, you can get them right there at our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store at brombergs.com.
Horrible flop right there.
No, that was a charge.
It's a flop.
He had position.
Oh, he did not.
And how did they not tee Izzo up?
Because he's Tom Izzo.
He's Tom Izzo. You're not going to tee Tom Izzo up.
He seems like a dick, by the way.
Oh, no, I've actually, he's been on the show before. He was a very nice guy when he came on.
On our show?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that.
Yeah, Tom Izzo's been on before. I liked him when he came on.
Yeah, I've always liked Tom Izzo. Reminds me a lot of Saban.
Well, nobody's ever called him that, have they?
You may have. I don't know.
I bet you did when he was at LSU.
Oh, I did. I hated him. Michigan State 49, USC 44, 4-0 run there for the Trojans to get back in this game. Kennesaw State leads Xavier 43-36. They're at the half now. They're with Kennesaw State, who is now a 14 seed, has opened up, and this is a developing story, a 7-point lead at the half to number 3 Xavier. This is Kennesaw State's first trip ever to the NCAA tournament. If Kennesaw State beats Xavier here 14-3, I know yesterday was 15-2, but to me this would be a bigger upset, Kennesaw State over Xavier, than Princeton over just because style of play and what we've done with Princeton over the years.
Yeah, I think you're I don't know. I think you're buying into name there. Yeah. That Arizona team, man, looked like a
so talented.
really, really good team.
Yeah, but I mean, keep in mind that Kennesaw State, this group of players, a big chunk of them were 1-28 just a few years ago. 1-28.
Okay,
and now they're a 7-point lead at the half to win an NCAA tournament game.
But we're talking about an Arizona team that has so much size, and Princeton didn't play good basketball yesterday. That's what baffles me. Like a team like that, when you're 15, you've got to play like outstanding, and the two's got to play bad. But both played bad yesterday, and Princeton won.
Michigan State up on USC 51-47. Kennesaw State leads Xavier 43-36. And they've kicked off UC Santa Barbara and Baylor, another 14-3 game. And it is the Gauchos?
Yep.
That are up 11-10 on Baylor early on there, one of those power Big 12 teams that a lot of you will love on today.
And a team that also falls into that criteria that I gave you.
I know.
Has never made the Sweet 16.
Yeah, and I've got them in the Elite 8, and I went totally against what you said because this Baylor team, when they get hot, boy, they can shoot.
Well, I mean, it didn't play. It was 1-1 yesterday, Lance. Iowa lost. Missouri became only the 6th team that met that criteria ever to advance out of the first round. None of them have ever made the Sweet 16. But, I mean, I look at Missouri and I'm like, well, if you're going to do it, this would be the time.
We had Andy Kennedy on earlier. Moorhead and UAB Sunday at Bartow Arena, 2 o'clock. Tickets available for that. Auburn wins last night 83-75. Let's get some more sound from those guys. Let's go cut number 7, if you will, Rockstar. Zepp Jasper talking about this team being an underdog, playing so close to home. Auburn 83-75. They get 6 players in double figures. And Zepp was one of those guys that helped defensively as well. Here's what he said to our friends at ABC 3340 after the game.
I was a 2 seed last year. You know, I lost to a great Miami team last year. They came in and, you know, smacked us in the mouth. But like I said, we the underdogs this year. You know, no one counting on us. No one believe in us. But like I said, I believe in us. You know, our coach believe in us. We believe we can win. You know, we believe we can beat any team in the country. But, you know, it takes the whole team. It takes the whole jungle. It takes our fans, our family, our friends. It just takes everyone if we want to keep winning and going day by day.
I'll tell you what, I can't tell you the amount of Auburn fans, as that 17-point lead was dwindling, were texting me, I feel like I'm watching the game in Tuscaloosa again.
Yeah, or
it's the feel it had in the arena, too, by the way.
Or the other game, or this game.
Yeah.
I mean, there were so many games like that this year that they played better than the opponent until the final 7 minutes of the game.
Yeah,
but last night it changed.
Yeah, it had that feel. As I was watching it, Lance, and Dunaway and I were sitting there, and we were both talking about it, too, because people were texting us the same thing. And I'm like, I mean, they've got to stop the bleeding at some point here, or it's going to be the exact same thing.
I was at the house solo by that time, and watching, I felt the exact same thing. And I was thinking to myself, is there any way that Bruce gets a lot of criticism?
Yeah.
Just based on the blown lead at Bama, one and done in this situation.
It may be so. I don't know. But, I mean, I kept reminding people around me, I literally watched them score 23 points in a minute and a half, Lance. You did too.
Fantastic moment we just missed. If you're watching the game and listening to us, Izzo talked to the officials, and then he was going to the timeout. They handed him his dry erase board, and he just snapped it in half.
Did he really?
Like this, too. He didn't bend it, break it. He just bent it and snapped it in half.
Well, they're up 6. What's he so pissed about?
He's trying to keep his guys motivated, Brown.
This is a Final Four team. They're beaten by 6, Dunaway.
And now they're only up 4, 53-49 with 11-10 to go in the game. But he just snapped a dry erase board. So he held the ball from the official one time and didn't get the technical. And then during the break, talks to him and then spins and breaks the dry erase board with a clean break. And still no technical there either. Hard for Izzo to get teed up.
Yeah, well, they just got their call back on a moving screen.
You know, Fran McCaffrey works the heck out of the officials, too. It was every time out, he's in the ear of one of those officials.
Yep,
and
patting him on the butt.
Well, one time he did, but there are times where, you know, he gets that red face really quick. I don't know what.
It's exhausting.
What would you – I don't think he's a ginger. He's kind of got that Irish look to him where you can get that red face in a hurry when you get pissed. And he got a lot of that last night with the officials.
Yeah, I agree with you. A fun night there last night down at the Legacy Arena. Again, gates open at 4:40 tomorrow for that first game at 6:10, Auburn and Houston. So right at around 4:30 or so, they'll open the gates and let you in to Legacy Arena. Remember, get there early. Traffic and parking and food and all that is available for you down there outside the arena and then inside the arena. And be patient. Big crowd expected again. Sell out down there as we play 2 games with the right to go to the Sweet 16, the round of 32 tomorrow at Legacy Arena. All right, Nate Oates, Rockstar, cut 1 and then cut 2. Nate Oates from last night's postgame. I had a chance to sit in for this as well. Nate Oates talking about, you just hear him right here, his opening statement. This Alabama team he didn't think played up to his potential.
Say in March, survive and advance. I think that's what we did. It was a good offensive game. Our defense has to get a lot better by Saturday, but it was nice to come out and make some shots. I was happy to see Mark. He's been in the gym working a lot since SEC weekend, and it showed. I thought he came out, shot it really well. It's our 4th straight game. JQ started. We started out with early leads in all of them, kind of changed the narrative of that. So we were up 9-zip this game. I think if you combine our total starts, it's 48-18 these last 4 games. So it's nicer to play with a lead from the beginning.
He makes that comment, by the way. with Mark Sears sitting.
Yeah.
But there's one person next to him, Namari Burnett, and then Mark Sears is down there, and he praises Mark Sears, and he says, JQ started again, and for 6 straight games now, we've started with a such and such number of lead. He's very analytical. And I was just watching Sears to see if he was giving any reaction to that. But their defense, it scares me a little bit. They're not playing their best defensive basketball of the year, and that opens the door for Maryland maybe to make a play at Alabama on Saturday
That's what
night.
he just said. The defense has to get a lot better before Saturday. Again, they scored 94 points without Brandon Miller scoring a single point. I did think when
I thought the defense played well in Nashville, though.
I didn't think it played as bad. I mean, you just said it did. I
didn't love it up there.
Did you not?
Did not love it. Really hated it down the stretch of the regular season.
I think, Lance, the big thing was Mark Sears hitting those 3 threes. I think if Mark Sears can get going with what Brandon Miller does, with Bediako playing the way he is on the inside, and you can roll in Pringle and all those guys.
To your point.
And Quinterly, the way he's playing.
To your point, they were better back in January, and that's when Sears was playing his best basketball. One more. Here's Nate Oates talking about Brandon Miller and his injury.
It was nice to be able to put up 96 without Brandon scoring a point. So he's got a groin injury that he's been nursing since Sunday in the SEC tournament. We're trying to play him limited minutes. We were able to keep him under 20. Hopefully he can get a lot of rehab today and tomorrow and look a lot more like himself on Saturday.
Yeah, that would be great news for Alabama fans if he did. A couple of more coaches we'll hear from in our final segment. We'll give you another scoreboard update coming up. Part of the show being brought to you, LT, by our friends at Hemphill. They'll take care of you, and you'll send out a lock a little bit later on at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. They bring you the lock every day. Our friends at Hemphill, it's our friends who give us the heating, the cooling, and the plumbing problems. They'll take care of it.
And they've got that $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Boy, hats off to B. Rich, man. He sent us a picture from down on the beach. Beautiful blue sky day down there with a Next Round koozie as he's listening to the show today. A lot of folks in town still for the round of 32, including our friends at CBS. Hope they're having a great time here in town and all the out-of-towners. Everyone except Kelvin Sampson of Houston. I hope you're having a good time here. He doesn't seem to be enjoying our city too much.
I'll go get a good meal. A lot of good restaurants.
A lot of good restaurants here. And our friends at Johnston RV Center, if you're ready to travel across America, they can help you find that way to make it a lot easier.
Make every weekend spring break. You don't have to wait for spring break or wish you had done it. Make it every weekend with an RV from Johnston RV Center. They've still got that lifetime warranty on all new and used under 2 years. Best deals in the state on the fifth wheels, the travel trailers, the motorhomes, and the toy haulers. Closeouts still on 22s and 23s arriving each week. See more, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, or online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
43-36 as they start the second half. Kennesaw State is leading Xavier. Baylor with a 3-point lead over UC Santa Barbara, 22-19. And then they're at a timeout with 7:19 to go. Michigan State leading USC. Game far from over. Really hard fall. USC is doing a lot of streaks. Could easily come back and win this one. 58-49 Michigan State over USC. But in case the score holds up, available immediately afterwards in our store, nextround.store, these new T-shirts that Lunsford has. It's green. It's green,
right?
And it says Lance Mine #Go Green with a couple of X's there. A really good looking T-shirt.
Yeah,
that's a terrible T-shirt.
That's the old Lance Mine.
I think it's a good looking T-shirt. Vorster, good looking T-shirt or not?
Who came up with it?
It's pretty sharp.
The chat room was going with Lance Mine. And this, I love the coloring.
I'll never be able to take that title from you.
The landmine?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm the landmine. Yeah. You are the Lance Mine.
No, I'm really not.
I know. They're just playing with you, man. It's a good-looking T-shirt.
I don't give a shit. It's a tacky T-shirt. It's like,
He doesn't care,
I don't like
for the
the one you're
record.
wearing either.
All right. Let's hear from
recover.
Eric Musselman is the head coach at Arkansas. As I say obvious things to transition into the soundbite here about his team now getting a chance to play Kansas and how he thinks, hey, the Hogs have a shot.
A lot. I mean, this is a team that's still growing, and I said even before the tournament that I feel like, you know, this is a team that continues to improve. I mean, we talk about improvement daily. We work on things daily to try to get better. You know, there's been other teams that maybe, you know, have plateaued. Maybe a couple of our teams at Nevada, we were old, veteran guys, and maybe at some point, you know, we were just trying to save legs. But this team is a team that's of continuous improvement.
He was just saying at some point they were just waiting for this time of year.
Yeah.
We're trying to save our legs for this time of year.
I don't buy that.
Yeah.
He looks like a cyclist.
Eric Musselman?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
Do you think he's back at Arkansas next year?
You think he'd take Texas? Is what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know what else may open up. Let's say USC for some reason.
Rodney Terry's got to get hired, by the way.
You would think.
He's got to, especially if they go as deep as we think they are. But like if his USC job ever comes open, you think he would prefer to have that over Arkansas?
No, Arkansas is a much better job.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
No, I think it is traditionally, but he was an NBA guy. Seems like LA would fit him a lot more than Fayetteville, Arkansas. All right, that's our show today. Stay updated on all the brackets right there with our Final Four. Our friends at Redmont come down to see us at Casey's tonight. That used to be Todd English Pub, and it used to be Casey's. But it was Casey's, and then it was Todd English Pub, and then it was Casey's again. That's what it is now. It's right there in the Westin in Uptown. We'll be there 5 to 7 hanging out. You guys have a great weekend, too. Thanks for all the comments over there. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.